Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for joining us here bright and early this morning for pre-finals and finals as we get set to go racing. Junior Max pre-final, the combined group here at 30 drivers in total is on your screen right now as we get set to go. Pierce Wade and the Prime Power Team Bureau Art will lead us to green alongside Charlie Smith and the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart. Row 2 has Turner Brown on the inside on the SCR Red Speed. To the outside, Antoine Lemieux on the Cosmic.
Jackson Walney and Nathan Dupuis, Speed Concept Racing teammates, go from row number 3. Championship leader Fausto Arnado and Edward Kennedy start on row number 4.
Row number 5 has the likes of moving back with Davin Roberts on the inside and Victor Day Alencar on the outside of the Nash Motorsports machine. Then row 6, Luca Cariotti on the Prime Power Team Bureau Art and Cole Medeiros is RPG Cosmic.
Row number 7, the NFG Motorsport Kart of Frederick Manning and Ty Fisher for the Race Lab team. Maddie Grace out of Arizona on the Rollison Performance Group number 222 and Felipe Benito from the Dominican Republic on the outside of row 8.
Row number 9 here as we get to the edge of the top 20 as Remy Guzman and Yao Pereira's U-Race machine. Then rounding off the top 20, Carson Weinberg on the inside on the SCR Red Speed. Max Weiland on the Magic Kart USA machine in position number 20. And you go back to the final 10 rows of our 30-driver junior grid. Here's a look at where your favorite drivers will line up, going all the way back to Chase Gassi at Lee and Salvador de la Vecchia, who will start shotgun on the field in 29th, 30th as of timing.
Salvador de la Vecchia, second fastest in qualifying according to his lap timer, but his transponder fell off.
Unfortunate for Salva here. Let's get set to go green, though, for the drivers up front. Pierce Wade on the inside on that red and white Bureau Art. The outside, Charlie Smith. Here we go down to turn 1, and Smith gets the jump from the outside of the front row. And we've got 1, 2, 3, a couple of spinners, a lot of drivers stuck together there at the outside edge at turn number 2. But the front end of the field is clean and green through turn 4 on a tricky and cold opening lap here. 10 laps the distance for the juniors as High, Wide, and Handsome and an over-under by Nate Dupuis on the SCR Red Speed over one of his teammates. I think that was on Turner Brown, so a nice over-under from Nathan. He moves into what should be the 4th or 5th spot as the field heads down the backstretch for the first time. And look at the lead already for Charlie Smith. Yeah,
Charlie Smith leads, but going into turn number 1, there was one driver on the inside. There's a move by one of the Speed Concepts kart that I think was the 215 of Turner Brown trying to make up positions, but it was a driver getting spun around or spinning around under braking going into turn number 1. He made it to the inside, but then as he came back onto the middle of the circuit, that caused a concertina effect. Drivers trying to avoid the stationary cart piling into one another, but as you can see as they start lap number 2, oh, what a big bounce there coming out of that kink. That was Lemieux in kart number 209, that Racing Edge Motorsport kart. It does look, however, as though everybody has managed to get going again after that turn 1 incident.
Yeah, everyone else good so far as the field runs to the sweeper. Dupuis was able to get around Lemieux off that bobble, but the leader's still with a decent gap. Charlie Smith's lead still holding at about half a second or so back to Pierce Wade. Turner Brown was getting around Fausto Arnado, our surprise winner from round 1 of the championship last Sunday afternoon. Fausto was flat flying on that AJF Racing Kart Republic through the field. And again, he had such a great story after having no laps turned in qualifying, had to start tail end of his pre-final, race his way through as a couple of the back markers got cut to the 36-driver grid, and then go from the mid-grid up to the lead in the main. Lap times coming in here with 2 laps complete out of the 10. Here's a move to the inside. That's Brown on Lemieux for 4th. And Brown last time was quickest overall as another spot lost for Lemieux. Fausto Arnado will move into the top 5. Lemieux back to 6th.
Among the drivers caught out on that opening lap, Davin Roberts dropped from the 5th row of the grid down to outside the top 20. Tiziano Orcel in the number 237 kart, the Bahamian driver for the NF Sports team, also down towards the back. Lots of chopping and changing though coming into turn number 10. That's the 202 kart of Jackson Walney picking up 5th position, passing Fausto Arnado. So the driver, the Argentine driver Arnado, who led everything in the final after a great drive to the back of the field. Struggling this weekend, although as I say that, looking to the inside of Lemieux, going into turn number 1 to try always that for 6th position, but Lemieux hangs firm.
Yeah, Antoine Lemieux at least trying to stop the bleeding. Meanwhile, up front, Pierce Wade has made some headway towards Charlie Smith. So the Prime Power Team Bureau Art starting to tune things in here as we work the tires in on lap number 4. Still plenty of time to go here in this pre-final as he charges forward. So are the black and white red speeds behind him of Turner Brown and Nathan Dupuis, although none of them in the top 4 were fastest. Last time by, that honor went to the kid all the way back in 10th. Ty Fisher on that Race Lab Karting TB kart is starting to roll as well. Let's take a look at how things look this time by. Smith's lead down to a car length and a half to Pierce Wade as they rocket onto the front straightaway.
And Smith looking over his shoulder, a little bit of a defensive move going in there to turn number 1. It's back onto the racing line, so he doesn't affect his speed coming through this corner at turn 3. And another defensive move there, but Wade had already at the inside, and Wade was committed to the attack, and Smith was committed to the defense. Attack beats defense there, and that allows Nathan Dupuis up into P2. Brown now looking for 3rd place, and back up the inside goes Charlie Smith, wheel to wheel, and it's allowing Wade to break clear.
And it's also allowing Jackson Wolney to join and make it a 5-car train up front while they race further back. So Jackson Wolney now closing up to the leaders. Turner Brown now the next one to challenge Charlie Smith, who was quick to get back by Nathan Dupuis, and they cost themselves a lot of time with that exchange in turn 8, Henry. The gap now is about half a second to 6/10, 7/10 market for Pierce Wade backwards. So a big lead for that Prime Power Team Bureau Art that just started to tune up. Here comes Turner Brown to the inside though for 2nd on Charlie. He'll get through in turn 4. Let's see if Smith goes right back on him. He thought about it, didn't go, and now Jackson Wolney sends Nathan Dupuis back to 5th. He'll move up to 4th. So lots of shuffling, continuing to add on to that lead that's already pretty massive for the Bureau Art of Pierce Wade.
Yeah, the lead is massive, but the laps are winding down. Now these 3 Speed Concepts karts, Wolney, Dupuis and Brown, they have to try and get Charlie Smith out of the way, so to speak, and then work together to close in on the leader. Wade, 7/10 of a second up on the pack as we complete lap number 6 and start lap 7 out of 10. Does that gap grow? Yes, it does. It's now 1 second between Wade and new 2nd place driver Chico Turner Brown.
Turner Brown moving forward and pulling away from Charlie Smith, who heard Jackson Wolney really start to rev it up to the inside and quickly covered it off in turn number 4, and he did again in turn number 6 as well. So that's held him stationed in 3rd, a safe starting spot you would think for the main event later today. Joining this group as well as Wolney does get him down the inside on Smith in turn number 8 is now Fausto Arnaudo, and so is Victor de Alencar as they really are starting to dice it up. Back to the inside for Charlie for 3rd. Arnaudo staying in 5th as he gets around Dupuis. Side by side for them. Here comes Victor de Alencar. He'll take 6th into the S's, and across the line this time we will see 6, now 7 laps complete. Pierce Wade up and over a second in front of Chico Brown through turn number 1. Brown made up a little bit of time last time by, not enough to get there by the end, but it'll be close. 3.5 laps remaining here from Orlando as they continue to battle for 3rd. This is an all-out brawl here, Henry, between Charlie Smith and this group to turn 6.
Yeah, and for those of you looking at championship points, instead of being 50 points for winning this race, it's 75 points, and it's Arnaudo and Dupuis who were the top 2 in the championship coming into today, with Brown 3rd. So Turner Brown making up ground on the 2 drivers he trails in the championship. We're on lap 8 out of 10. We'll get the 2 to go next time around. Brown is closing in on Wade, but Wade still 8/10 of a second up the road, and it is Arnaudo and Dupuis both losing ground to Turner Brown in the championship. But Arnaudo is now in front of Dupuis, and de Alencar trying to get in front of his Nash teammate Smith as he goes through turn number 2. New driver into 4th position, Victor de Alencar, and Dupuis stuck back in 7th. Arnaudo into P3. So Nathan Dupuis needs to make something happen in these next 2 laps to stop Arnado opening up a healthy advantage in the championship.
And again, while it is 1.5, so now 75 points for this pre-final, it also means it's 150 to win the main event. So while as much as he wants to make up ground here, he doesn't need to do everything in this session. He could get a better main and really turn things up. But Arnado is already long gone. Day Alencar getting around Smith is gone. Smith is against these 2 SCR Red Speeds back from 5th, 6th, and 7th. And Turner Brown was making up a lot more progress last time. As look at Charlie, really defensive down to turn number 1. He does not have the pace, at least it looks like so far in this pre-final. He's trying to hold on to every position that he can from the pole in qualifying yesterday. And look at him all the way to the inside here on this final lap from Jackson Wolney. And he's going to try and trigger a battle between the 2 teammates.
Yeah, Charlie Smith didn't compete last weekend here at the Rotax Winter Trophy, so he's giving up a little bit in terms of experience. He's obviously got a very fast wagon underneath him, certainly in qualifying trim, but we've seen him right from the word go. Made a good start, got the lead early, but his end has been playing defense, but we've got half a lap to go. Turner Brown, if this was a 12-lap race, we could be talking about something different, Xander. But Pierce Wade, the prime power team, looks like he's done enough.
Yeah, that'll be it. Pierce Wade, your pre-final winner here in Junior Max over Brown and Arnado 3rd, Day Alencar 4th. At the line, Charlie Smith checking back and playing a bit of mirror driving, but hanging on for that final spot in the top 5 over Wolney. Antoine Lemieux and Ty Fisher on that final lap got around Nate Dupuis, so he drops all the way to 9th. That's a big blow in the point standings for a 1.5 multiplier day here this weekend. Here's a look at the rest of the field and how they went stacked up. How about Carson Weinberg? 10 spots up from 19th on the grid, basically to 10th on the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. He moved up along with Felipe Jesus Benito. Edward Kennedy ends up 12th. Weiland, Gassi, Lee from dead last on the grid for Chase to 14th. That's a big run for the privateer.
Yes, indeed. For the back of the grid, Chase Gastiotly now running as an independent up at the 14th place, just in front of Lillian Scarborough. Lots of drivers there. I think the biggest one will be disappointed will obviously be Nathan Dupuis. Davin Roberts recovered to 16th, but he'll be disappointed with that ahead of the 2 RPG Rollerson Performance Group karts, Comodieris, Maddie Grace. Salvador Della Vecchia made up 10 positions, but he was also hindered a little bit by that opening lap incident. And down at the back of the field, Tiziano Rosso Orchel, now based out of Nassau, Bahamas. And I know that kart chasers Drayton Knowles back on the socials be happy with that. Kenny Rogers, well, a 29th place finish for Kenny. However, after missing out on the main events last week, Kenny is at least he's in the game this week. He's picked up a lot of experience. Testing yesterday and on Thursday went well. New team, the Soda USA team, picking up Kenny and helping him out an awful lot. He's picking up his lap times on what is his first major national level event.
At least with all the chaos in turns 1 and 2, everyone was able to finish. So that's the good takeaway from the Junior Max pre-final. And the other good part, all of them transferred to the main. The original timetable was set for 2 junior pre-finals, so we've got actually a little bit of a break coming up here in the coverage. If you take a look at the schedule that will pop onto your screen here momentarily for all of the pre-finals, the next one, the Micromax pre-final, will roll at 10:09 local time. That's in approximately 35 minutes. So we have a bit of a gap here, Henry, before we get things back underway from Orlando. But then it will pretty much go back-to-back through to the lunch break with mini, senior, masters, DD2 and DD2 Masters, then the lunch break, then the Senior Max LCQ, and then all of our main events to follow. So a little gap here coming up, folks. If you're watching here from home, especially for those on the West Coast of America or wherever you're at, it's a good time to take a meal break yourself here before the time for pre-finals roll back on here just past top of the hour.
And if you're playing the kart chaser drinking game, I mean, hey, it's happy hour somewhere in the world. But yes, already Henry has got a name wrong, and already Xander's got very excited. So I think, is that 2 back-to-back shots, Xander?
I guess if we're playing it by that here, we may be Not sure everyone's going to make it to the broadcast. We've got over 160 names, I believe, here this weekend to get through. A few new joining us here this weekend. So lots of drivers for the RMC Winter Trophy. There's a look at the local timetable here. Again, this is Eastern Time, -5 GMT. So make sure you find your favorite class where your favorite drivers will be running and take a picture of it if you can. We'll get that posted on our social medias as well as the main event lineup that will follow this one. But you can see the full run through. Pretty much every main goes right back-to-back after that Senior Max LCQ into the afternoon. But Micromax, 10:09 a.m. local time, rolling your way here in about 35 minutes.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Karts have hit the racetrack here for the Micro Max Division pre-final. So the youngest stars of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy are on circuit. Let's see how they'll line up for their first race of weekend number 2. It's Bernardo Goubert, who was a front runner last weekend on the Sodi Racing USA number 27. That'll line up alongside the Princess of Brandau Motorsport, Marina Brandau, for row number 1. And it's Josh Bergman and Zane Burgess putting 3 Sodis inside the first 2 rows on row number 2.
Yeah, the Jamaican sensation himself, Zane Burgess, gets set to start from P4. Dominic Vieira, the round 1 winner and championship leader, will start on the inside of row number 3 alongside Cristobal Ricci with Nolan Goulart for Mike Doty Racing and the Iron Rock Racing Gillard chassis of Kimo Ahmad on outside of row 4.
Final row inside your top 10 has Sebastian Baroa in the number 7 on the inside of Charles Teo's Brandau Motorsport Praga. And then starting in 11th will be Luca Manosi's PSL Pure alongside Hudson Howard in the Dan Devereaux Racing Machine.
Maddox Pelletier and Jose Maria Rivera round out row number 7 with Grayson Kennefic and Alonso Gonzalez completing the 16 kart grid.
So the pre-final here for Micro again sets the starting lineup for that main event. As mentioned in the Junior Max pre-final, 1.5 times the normal point standings for today only here for round number 2 of 3 in the championship. So 75 markers go the way of the race winner here in the pre-final. 150 markers to the main event winner later this afternoon, Henry, and that could be a big point swing.
It is, and Bernardo Goubert, who comes into this event all the way back in. Let's have a little look. Where is Bernardo? He's down in 12th position. He picked up 1.5 championship points for qualifying on pole position. That half a point, who knows, could be critical.
Here they come out of the final turn and onto the front straightaway. We get set to go green for Micro Max. Down the start line straight, 8 laps the distance, and already a quick start for Bernardo Goubert is going to bring Josh Bergman forward as they're spinning further back. That is the 26 machine that has gone around of Jose Maria Rivera in the energy. And look at Josh Bergman already to the lead from 3rd. He takes over as we head to turn 5.
Yeah, Miami's Josh Bergman passing his Sodi Racing USA teammate Bernardo Goubert going into turn number 4 there. Dominic Vieira in P3, Marina Brandau running in 4th, and a little bit of a gap developing back to the next group of karts, the 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place battle. There's Nolan Goulart making a move, wheel to wheel for 5th position. They need to go single file, however. That's Cristobal Ricci because the leaders are getting away, and here comes Zane Burgess in the 21 and tries to make it 3 wide, but look at that, the top 4 are already well clear in this short, sharp 8-lap race.
Yeah, Zane Burgess very aggressive on the brakes, ends up picking up 1 back. That was one of the Brandau Motorsport machines that it looked like he got back around, potentially the Prague of Charles Teo, headed down to turn number 1. So as they head out and head to the turn 4, 5, 6 complex here, Bergman in the blue helmet leads over Bernardo Goubert in the black helmet, Sodi in 2nd. Then Dominic Vieira on the energy in 3rd, and then Marina Brandau in that U-Race Brandau Motorsport combination Praga in 4th. And like you said, Henry, they had a little gap midway through that first lap. That's a massive gap now here already on lap number 2.
Yeah, coming onto Scrapyard Straight for the second time. The 2 Sodi USA drivers lead that Energy Course chassis, and a move for the lead. Goubert up the inside of Bergman, and but Bernardo Goubert, the Italian-born, Brazilian-based driver from Santa Andrina in Brazil, now moves into P1 with Dominic Vieira, the driver from Chia in Colombia, now trying to pass Bergman for 2nd. Will he pass or will he push? He pushes. The 3 leaders close back up.
Yeah, all tightening back through that chicane now. Nobody really close enough for any major moves in the turn 4-5 hairpin complex. But as they head out and over to 6, Bernardo Goubert by a car length over Josh Bergman. And we're still, again, very early in this pre-final with the gap they've built up already at over 2 seconds to Nolan Goulart's BJR MDR LN card in 5th. They could dice it up amongst themselves. They could stay single file for the next 5 laps. It should not matter all too much because Goulart is by himself. Here's some more dicing down to turn number 10. inside and clear for both Bergman and Dominic Vera. And further back, a nice move to the inside. Was that maybe Cristobal Riccio going by?
Yep, Cristobal Riccio, the Peruvian driver on the number 2 AM Engines entry, and he's going to get shuffled wide there. That's Kimo Ahmad in the number 13 Kart trying to get past. The top 4 are clear. Here goes 5th, 6th. The battle is on for 7th. Put it to Ahmed ahead of Riccio with Alonso Gonzalez at the back of the grid with the Speed Concepts Racing. Number 24 now moving on to the back of that group.
Yeah, he's closed up a little bit here as the field exits out of that infield switchback section. And now we go through the sweeper. Josh Bergman back to Dominic Vera. So used to saying Julian Rivera in a bright yellow helmet and on an energy cart from last year's Micromax Championship. But Dominic has picked up right where Julian left off, of course, with that fantastic round 1. Now he's going to go to the lead for the first time at round 2, and he'll easily get clear with a nice slingshot move down the scrapyard straight away.
Yeah, the AKT Energy Course team, very vocal in their support of all their drivers wherever you go in the paddock. And there would have been a huge cheer from the gantry there as Vera moves into the lead. We complete lap 4 out of 8, half distance, and still nothing can separate the top 3 with Marina Brandao keeping a watching brief on that Brandao Motorsport U-Race entry in P number 4, and there is Goubert back to P2. The 2 Sodi Kart teammates have got to be careful. You don't want to give Dominic Vera too much of a gap.
Yeah, they luckily didn't lose too much time in that exchange. So Bernardo Goubert back up to second as he looks to challenge Dominic Vera. A little bit sideways and back and forth through the sweeper, and that left quick hip check in turn 8 kind of caught them off guard as Bergman thought Goubert would roll more speed, so that cost them some time. But they'll make it back up. The straightaway is plenty long enough here at Orlando that as long as they're relatively close, they'll be able to catch us. There's problems for Nolan Goulart. The LN Kart has spun around at the outside edge at turn number 10. He was running in the 5th spot, battling with Zane Burgess. And Burgess last time by was purple, probably looking to challenge. And Goulart going around there in the hairpin. Burgess now all by himself, top of the screen in the 5th spot.
So let's have a little look then. The gap between the top 4 and new 5th place driver Zane Burgess. It looks insurmountable at this moment, considering that we're on lap 6 out of 8. But if the 4 leaders start battling, watch that gap come down. It's 3 seconds between Marina Brandao, princess of Brandao Motorsport, and the Jamaican sensation Zane Burgess. But while the leaders are single file, Burgess won't be able to make any inroads. But if they start battling, look for the 3rd Sodi Kart to start to approach the leaders. There's a move for second. Bergman into P2. Oh, Goulart almost, well, did get into the side of his teammate there as he came off the corner. That was more a case of he was trying to get the kart settled behind him so they could push each other down the straight, and just slightly miscalculated.
Yeah, the 2 Sodis, Bergman and Goubert, definitely seem like they're just a bit out of sync right now, Henry. First, Bergman into the back of Goubert, trying to follow him in the sweeping section in the back, and then there on that pass, just kind of caught each other at an awkward angle. So now it's a little bit of ground to make up to Dominic Vera with a lap and a half remaining. The gap at the line was a little under half a second. It's definitely closer now, but Josh Bergman needs a really good set of corners to still keep him in the hunt for the pre-final win as they go to turn number 9.
Yeah, further down the order, Kimo Ahmad has dropped back to 13th position. Goulart still running, but the last kart running in 15th position. And look at the way that Vera's positioning his kart down the scrapyard straight. Just a half a kart length to the inside, almost as if to tell Bergman and Goubert that if you want to try and make the move, I will defend it. So they decide not to make a move at that point, but they're going to have to make their move pretty soon because we are starting the 8th and final lap.
Yeah, here we go to turn 1. All close together again. Marina Brandao's a little bit further back, probably the furthest she's been so far this pre-final, so she will be just watching for now. Bernardo Goubert to the inside, a 2-for-1 move for Bernardo, and now Josh Bergman to second, and just like that, Brandao's involved. She takes over 3rd, Vera back to 4th, and it's a Sodi 1-2 here. We'll see how they play with each other through turns 8 and 9. Will it be nice, or will it be a little more aggressive? Josh Bergman, big run through that section and he's going to set up for a nice run down the backstretch, and Goubert knows it. He'll cover that inside as we head down Scrapyard Straight for the final time.
Yes, Will Bergman look to the inside. There he goes. Oh, teammates together. Teammates, and Bergman was the inside. Goubert came across to try and defend, and Marina Brandao picks up the pieces. It's Brandao from Vera. Vera's gone from first to fourth, back to second. Now the run to the line, it's going to be Marina Brandao. Is it? Drag race. Oh, boy. The timing and scoring says that Vera gets it by 1200th, Sander. Oh, the line is right at the end of that straight. Vera got the slingshot and the slipstream. Well, what an arse lap from first to fourth and back to first for Dominic Vera. And he's looking up there. Now he knows he's won. Marina Brandao probably realizes at this moment that she didn't win. She thought she had. And look at that, Goubert, Burgess and Gonzalez. What a final lap, Xander.
Oh, they were all going at it there. Nothing left on the table. Josh Bergman recovers to 6. A quick heads-up turnaround for Josh to stop the bleeding there and stay inside the top 10, and he'll start on the third row for the final. Zane Burgess and Alonso Gonzalez, big benefactors. How about that from Alonso? Last on the grid to 15th, or to 5th. Sorry, at the checkered flag. A great drive forward for the SCR Red Speed, and back to the rest of the top 10, Henry.
Yeah, Bergman will be very disappointed, obviously, with 6th position. That incident reminded me of the Spanish Grand Prix when Nico Rosberg and Lewis Hamilton sort of came together on the opening lap. Bergman was looking to the inside. Goubert was coming across to defend and turn into the corner, and just wheel-to-wheel contact there. Behind the top 6, it's Cristobal Riccio, Sebastian Baroa, and the rest of the field as the Micromax pre-final. The drivers head back to post-race tech to make sure that everything is as it should be, and that is 2 pre-finals down, and Mini, 2 seniors, Masters, and DD2. That's 5 to go. As poor Julian. There we go. He's done it already. That is Jose Maria Rivera. His kart gets back on the track, and he can drive that back to the pits after going out on the opening lap. The recovery vehicle empty, as we like to see it at the end of every race. That returns, but it's going to be Minimax up next. That was the if that was the starter, the entrees are being served up very shortly.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Karts on to the racetrack now for our Mini-Max pre-final. So the next step up in the Rotax Max Challenge class structure takes you from the micros to a slightly faster power plant in the Mini-Max configuration. And here's your lineup for the Mini-Max division, at least the first 10 rows worth. Premier Karting's Albert Friend, who had a up and down storybook level weekend for the first of the two here in Orlando. The Englishman won the eventually scrubbed main event on Saturday. Then Sunday crashed out of the pre-final, battling for the lead. Went from last all the way to second, almost got the win in the main event for round number 1. So still a great points haul by the end. And now today you talk about the 1.5 points multiplier. That'll be a big benefit for someone as fast as Albert Friend. He starts alongside Jeremy St. Cyr, who was one of the contenders from last week. And the same really goes familiar faces inside the rest of the top couple rows, with Alexis Bayarjan on the inside of row 2 alongside Team Benix Royce Vega.
Enzo Di Janeiro for Fox and Sun Racing alongside Martin Luis Bertolacini on row number 3. Julian Rivera for the Energy Course USA team, and Luke Conjanapatak, the Don't Sleep Energy Drink, number 106.
Then you go back to the likes of Santiago Perez Granados and the U-Race entry on the inside of row 5 alongside Oliver Chassay's HM Propeller Kart Republic. Row 6 has Lourenco Varela on the inside and Leo De Silva on the outside of the 16.
Mika Baruch making his debut, a very impressive 13th fastest after his crash and fire yesterday, alongside Nicholas Orbeso, Massimo LaRusso and Iago Lempen round out your top 16.
Alex Chandler starts on the inside of row 9 alongside Sebastian Wasmosi. Nicholas LaRusso and Maddox Ruiz make up row 10. Here's your final few rows of starters going all the way back to Bashi Jimenez in the 29th position. So lots of karts on the racetrack, 29 in total, Henry, as they come into the tram lines for the first time.
Friend on the left, Sincere on the right. Lights are out, green flag not in the air, so I know that the circuit has been having a few issues with the lighting system. So Manuel Branco holding the green flag in the air. Now, are they racing? It looks as though they are. The yellow flags out. No, the yellow flags are being waved, and they have to slow down. They had problems with the lights last weekend, and it doesn't look like there's been able to be a quick fix for this weekend, so we will go around again. But yeah, Friend on the back foot after last weekend, knows that he has to try and win every single race he can to get on terms with points leader Alexis Bayerjon, who's starting directly behind him, and of course the wild cards in the championship fights, well, not so much wild cards, but Jeremy Sincere. Leo De Silva is 4th in the championship, and Enzo Di Janeiro 5th, with a Friend only 6th as things stand. It's Bayerjon, Rivera, Sincere, the top 3 of the point standings. Albert Friend, though, watch for Albert. Now, I know that the tactic will try and be to get away and just win from the front. Very difficult to do in these Mini-Max karts where slipstreaming and drafting is key.
Yeah, and I think part of it here, Henry, as well, is since they're using the flagman to determine the start, if he doesn't drop that green flag, we don't get it. He kept that green flag high above his head all the way through down to the Turn 1 complex, so that was the signal. And I know our race director, Manuel Blanco, on the circuit, our steward this weekend here with Michelle Bosclair on site as well. So they were wanting to make sure it looks like this time a little bit slower and a bit earlier of a form up of the grid as they come onto the front stretch. So if Albert Friend and Jeremy St. Cyr can keep it underneath them, we'll get the waving green flag and we'll get underway down to Turn 1. And a good start this time for the inside lane of Albert Friend, and Bayarjan trying to get clear on his teammate. Not going to happen, and they were really fighting for it through turns 3 and 4 in that chicane, but give it to Jeremy St. Cyr into second.
Now, what Bayarjan can't do is he cannot get a nose cone penalty, and he was very, very close behind his teammate Sincere coming through turn number 3 there, so he has to sort of reset himself behind him. There's the number 104 kart. That is Julian Rivera. Royce Vega, the Supernats winner in Mini Swift last November, is there in P5. There is Rivera on championship leader Bayerjon. Oh, Bayerjon sideways. Rivera swung wide coming out of the corner, and that has allowed the Alonso kart briefly of, who was that, the number 1, 2, 4, was that to Enzo Di Janeiro for the Fox and Son team, also getting involved. The black and white kart, that is Luke Conjanapatak losing a place there to the HM propeller kart of Olivier Chassé.
Yeah, we'll pull the leaderboard on the left-hand side so you guys can see where your favorite driver currently runs. 2 laps in, 6 laps to go, and they have definitely been not pulling any punches as there's another aggressive move. That was Oliver Chassé on Luke Kanjanapatak's Parolin. Kanjanapatak lost about 3 spots in that whole exchange. No, more like 5, all the way back there outside the top 10 now for Kanjanapatak. And look at the gaps up front. Friend and St. Cyr, a little gap to Rivera and Vega, a bigger gap to Baillargeon, and then this midfield scrum that is just absolute chaos there in the mix of it. Martin Luis Bertolacini, Varela, Chassé, all of them battling it out there right inside the top 10.
Yeah, that was the number 105 Tony Kart we saw getting it all crossed up at the inside. Nicolas Orbeso, the Iron Rock entry on the Tony Kart chassis, finished 9th in the round 1 final. But here's the first move for the lead. Jeremy Sincere takes Albert Friend into turn number 4. Friend swings up wide. Watch the undercut now, but Friend's going to be on the outside line for the run down towards turn 7. And this is going to bring Rivera and Vega into play with Baillargeon a little bit further back in 5th position. So Baillargeon doesn't want to lose too many points to 4 of his main championship rivals. He's going to need help from Enzo Di Janeiro to get back to the front as Friend takes the lead into turn number 10 once again.
That was a nice move under braking from Albie. Deep on the brakes. It looked cool, but it definitely cost them more time than Jeremy's moving. Look at Julian. Wow, did he get up and onto the curbing there on Jeremy St. Cyr. Now they've got a little bit of a gap to run down Albie as Royce Vega goes high, then low, back to the inside of Jeremy. Rivera trying to shove him through, got sideways, but he'll still take over 3rd. St. Cyr way wide, he'll slot into 4th, and it's Royce Vega to 2nd as St. Cyr goes back on Julian, and Alexis Baillargeon sends it as well.
Now that's the thing, this is what, Rivera back to the inside. Julian Rivera, you do not find a happier young man around the paddock. In the pits, every time you see him, big smile on his face. Hello Henry, how are you? Always happy and chatty. You put the crash helmet on and put him into a go-kart and it's like a great white shark. The eyes go black and it's just, it's hunt or be hunted, and well, you're top of the food chain, no one's hunting you, and that's the same for a lot of these young drivers. It's just that they're, happy and smiley out of the karts. They're very, very different when the crash helmet goes on. But it's now the Bennick of Royce Vega. Dallas's Royce Vega closing in on Albert Friend.
Yeah, he's definitely moving forward. Baillargeon the lap before went about 2/10 better than Albert Friend. So all the drivers in this group, all the way back to Granados in the 7th spot, are all pretty evenly matched. And we'll see if Royce Vega can continue to make up ground by himself. Jeremy St. Cyr looks pretty sporty this lap as well as he started to pull back away from Alexis Baillargeon. While Friend leads us out of turn number 9, you can see the first 3, little bit of a bigger gap to Baillargeon and back, and it really goes all the way down to Oliver Chassé in the 8th position in the 119 as Rivera on Baillargeon to the inside and clear out of turn number 10.
Yeah, this is Baillargeon's going to be very, very careful here. I think he might have to accept he's going to lose points to some of his championship rivals as he moves back in on Rivera, side by side, wheel to wheel. Oh, now he gives Rivera a little bit of an elbow wide there and tells Julian of his displeasure. And now Julian being passed by the 101 kart of Santiago Perez Granados for the U-Race team. Now Baillargeon having a look at Di Janeiro. Put Alexis Baillargeon, the driver from L'Epiphanie in Quebec, back into what is 4th position. No, runs wide. Di Janeiro gets him back.
Yeah, to your credit about Julian Rivera, he was definitely very aggressive, passing at every opportunity. So when you do that early in a race, you can definitely ruffle some feathers, and I think that's what was happening with Alexis Baillargeon and him. Now as he goes back to the inside of Olivier Chassé, he'll take over that spot, move him back to what should be just 6th overall. Baillargeon and De Janeiro, 5th and 4th, and the top 3 are getting ready to dance as well. Vega trying to make up ground to Albert Friend. He did not pick up a ton this lap. Albie's putting some really strong times together. Only sacrificed 300ths with when you factor in the draft effect on the straightaways. He's probably still the fastest individual kart on the racetrack and that Premier Karting Tony Kart is able to take a relatively normal line through this wide section here because he's still got a 2-car length cushion.
Now you're seeing Fred look over his shoulder more often than you would do. Now he's just judging the gap, saying, do I need to defend? And the answer is no, he doesn't. Up the scrapyards, right, there's another look. So he's calculated, okay, 2 kart lengths in front. I'm out of range, so I don't need to defend into turn number 10. He doesn't. Sincere is looking at, oh, here comes Bayerjon for 4th position. So Alexis Bayerjon, championship leader, making as many moves as possible. But it's going to be Friend on the run to the line.
Yeah, Albert Friend going to have a perfect points haul so far. A bonus point there as the signal displayed. We've got the session officially finished on timing, but it looks like we've got another lap. There were 2 laps more on the board when they crossed the line, so it might still be green for more. They're racing full throttle out of turns 4 and 5. There was a sign displayed at the front straightaway. I thought that was it. It looks like it was not. We're still racing to the sweeper. Albert Friend, though, didn't let off the gas one bit. He's still out front by 3 car lengths.
Yeah, the last lap, you can see out of our commentary box window that the last lap board went out. We'll talk until they tell us not to, or until we see the checkers. But it's Vega trying to push Friend down here. Here comes Rivera and De Janeiro behind Bayerjon. Behind them, it's side-by-side Chassé getting passed by Perez Granados. Still side-by-side De Janeiro holding off Rivera. But now I can see the checkered flag in the air for Albert Friend. A win, no matter which way you look at it, with Vega and Sincere next in line.
So there's the checkers. Big run of the line for Julian Rivera. Almost nipped Enzo De Janeiro at the stripe, came about 600 short. Jeremy St. Cyr on the final lap, chasing down the 2 leaders, set a burner, actually a couple laps prior to 57.020. So a very fast last couple laps for Jeremy St. Cyr to end in 3rd. Royce Vega picks up a couple of spots to slot onto the front row for the main event later today. But it's Albert Friend, perfect so far on round number 2, doing exactly what he needs to do to make up for that DNF in the pre-final from round 1, and he couldn't have done it on a better day, Henry, here with 1.5 points.
Yeah, no, indeed. He knows that he's in a situation now where he's taken, to use a golfing term, he's used up his mulligan. There can be, no missteps at all for Albie Friend. Vega and Sincere rounding out the top 3. Bayerjon are battling 4th place for the championship leader. De Janeiro, Rivera, Perez Granados, Chassé, Bertolacini and Lemp in your top 10. Orbeso and Mika Baruch. Once again, don't forget Mika Baruch's kart. That was a flame, engulfed in a ball of flame yesterday, not with Mika sat in it, might I hasten to add. But all credit to the Sony USA team for getting that kart repaired, rebuilt, and back on track. And Mika is repaying their faith on his Rotax winter debut with a top 12 finish.
Well, with that, Minimax comes to a close. It's time for the one division here this weekend that will not see all drivers transfer to the main event. Over 40 have entered. Only the top 36 will make the cut for the main event each day here for Senior Max. They're split in half, Senior Max A and B, with a different style of formatting than what we saw last weekend, Henry. The top 16 will transfer. That's the same. The top 4 from the last chance qualifier make up the final rows, but the way that it will go together is a little bit different than what you may think. Last weekend we did odds and evens out of qualifying, but then you're locked into either lane. This weekend, it is row by row on the split for Senior Max A and B. So Senior Max A, that's row 1, first and second from qualifying. Row 2 on the grid for the A Senior Max pre-final will be the drivers who qualified 5th and 6th.
Yeah, and it might sound slightly confusing, and it's not an ideal situation, but you look at the rundown towards turn number 1, the drivers who were basically, the odd-numbered drivers went out in the first session, the even-numbered drivers went out in the second session, and I think the thought process was, well, hang on, if just because I picked an even number for my race number, that puts me at a disadvantage at the start. So that's why the changes have been made to make sure that, whether you're in Group 1 or Group 2, you're not locked in to a place on the inside or the outside row. Okay, unofficial results have come through from the junior Rotax, and P.S. Wade, Turner Brown, Fausto Monado, your top three. Victor Alencar, Charlie Smith, and Jackson Walney. So none of the top group of runners got any penalties. There were penalties, contact penalty for Cole Medeiros, front bumper penalties for Joao Pereira, Cutie, Luki, Cariati, and Remy Guzman. And it looked as though bumper penalties for Maddie Grace as well. Still unofficial. Of course, the process in karting is that the in-race penalties and pushback bumpers and any underweight DQs are instantaneous. Then they go to the unofficial results after 30 minutes. If anybody wants to protest anything on the unofficial results, after 30 minutes, then the official results are posted. But unofficially, P.S. Wade confirmed as your race 1 winner, the pre-final winner in juniors.
So those results will continue to cycle our way here, about a session or so to get through scrutineering and scaling. And again, this is the lineup for the morning half of our coverage. We are just about set to get underway with Senior Max pre-final A, probably in about 5 to 7 minutes. That time is slated for the green flag. So a moment break here, folks, and then we go to the first of the two groups that will help us decide the first 32 starters in the Senior Max main event. The bottom half will go to that LCQ at the bottom of the screen.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth roof sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place, and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've travelled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack, pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Karts onto the racetrack for Senior Max Pre-Final A. Harley Keeble stunned him on Friday afternoon with a pole in qualifying and route to a complete sweep of the poles in DD2 Max as well. He starts alongside fast Frankie Mossman, who went second overall here in Senior Max Pre-Final A. Then it's Austin Garrison on the inside of row 2, a much better start for the Davie, Florida native here to weekend number 2. He starts alongside PS Hill Karting's Timothy Pernod. Nolan Bauer and Eduardo Barrichello make up an all Bureau Art row number 3. Dudu second in the first main event of the season. And then Stephen Miller and Gennaro Trappa on row 4.
Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan's Junho Chang will start on the inside of row number 5 alongside William Boutillier. Renzo Barboy, who is sporting a haircut courtesy of Fausto Arnado. They've been cutting each other's hair in the paddock, and Renzo looks like he's had a cereal bowl stuck around the top of his head. It was not successful, shall we say. Aidan Lorenko from the Fox & Son team leads a trio of Fox & Son drivers. Wes Gundler, Top Gun, and Aidan Fox on row number 7. Maud Grenier, Zach Clement de Mello on a new kart, John Wade, Michael Boyadzis, William Bennett, and Edouard Bennett round out your top 20.
So that does it here. The final few rows will cycle onto your screen for the last couple of starters. Victor Coito and Chris Giram make up 22. You got to get to 16th or better to go straight to the main. Otherwise, you're going to that last chance qualifier. Keeble on the inside in the black and orange. Mossman on the outside in the black and white. We're green down to turn number 1, and Frankie Mossman sends it around the outside. He'll get through to the lead as we've got problems further back. About 4 drivers collected. Trappa's involved, Lorenko involved as well, and look at this, Nolan Bauer, he just absolutely rooted his way to the inside of Timothy Pernod for 3rd, and now Stephen Miller takes advantage to go from the 4th row. He takes over 3rd to the sweeper, and it's a huge lead for Harley Keeble and Frankie Mossman after a very rough and tumble first couple corners, Henry.
That was an inch perfect start there from Mossman. He got the jump, and he just eased across there and gave Keeble just enough room so that Keeble wasn't forced up onto the big inside curb, which would have pushed Keeble then into Mossman, so he gave his rival just enough racing room around the outside. And of course, that's when tyres are at their coldest. There's the 335 kart of Timothy Pernod trying to recover, but it's Miller 3rd, Bauer 4th, Barrichello 5th, and Davey Florida's Austin Garrison rounding out your top 6 as a move for the race lead, put Harley Keeble into P1.
Harley Keeble on the Sodi quickly to take back that pole starting spot for the main. This is the battle for the front row here in this pre-final. Then you go back to Miller 3rd, Bauer 4th, Dudu Barrichello 5th, Austin Garrison, like you said, end of that train. And then it's a little gap back from the top 6 to find 7th, 8th, and the rest of the group. But after a very aggressive opening lap, things have for sure settled down. Stephen Miller, though, not backing off a bit. He's already pulled away from Bauer. He's closing in on the leaders, and I believe he'll probably put the fastest time in this time by. 2 laps complete, 10 laps to go. Keeble leads by a car length into turn number 1. What does Miller clock in at? 53.414, only 2.5 tenths better than your race leader.
And as you said, and as you surmised, it was the fastest lap of the race by some margin. Bauer, Barrichello, and Garrison. There's a move from Eduardo Barrichello, and his teammate Nelson Bauer slots back in behind him without giving Garrison enough opportunities to attack. You've got Pernod, Chang, Wes Gundler, and the top 10 rounded out by the fast starting Zach Clement de Mello from 16th to 10th inside 2.5 laps.
Yeah, big run forward for ZCD after a rough qualifying for the Dan Devereaux Racing Cosmic driver. Here's a look at Nolan Bauer back on the bumper of Barrichello and Garrison, who had a little slide there coming out of the final turn. Looked to be maybe lacking just a tick of rear end grip, as closing in on him now will be Timothy Pernod and Juno Chang. They were quicker than that middle group and about even to the race leaders last time by. So if they're not careful, 4th, 5th, and 6th could quickly start to slide backwards inside the top 10 as Garrison closes back up to Pernod. Miller was making progress on the leaders the lap prior. This time by Harley Keeble evened it back out, and it stays at about 7 tenths back to the main in 3rd.
Well, we already know 3 drivers who will be in the last chance qualifier, because Maud Grenier, Aidan Lorenko, and William Boutillier have retired from this race. We are down to 19. It's Victor Couto, Gennaro Trappa, and Mr. Boyadzis, the Dan Devereaux team, who are in danger at the moment of slipping into LCQ. But up at the front, Mossman inches behind Keeble, Miller bringing the second train with him. Barrichello, Bauer, Garrison, Pernod in pursuit.
Here's Mossman, Frankie Mossman to the lead in turn number 5. Harley Keeble felt him closing in the last lap, and Mossman putting the purple time in that time by 53.124 for Frankie Mossman. Let's see if his teammate Austin Garrison is on the same set of tire pressure, because if so, expect the 364 to start making some moves. He was a little quicker than Bauer last time by. It's back in 6 as Mossman leads us to turn 10. And that one move was all Stephen Miller needed to close up to those leaders as well. So you can throw a group back all the way to the man in 7th of Timothy Pernod, the Canadian, just about 2 seconds away from the lead, and only about 3 car lengths back from Austin Garrison as they head down the front stretch.
Yes, indeed. Now Will Keeble jink to the inside. Not this time. Miller closing in. Another good lap there. Mossman with the fastest lap of the race. Last time around, though, Miller was a couple of tenths quicker than the 2 leaders. So Stephen Miller, the driver of kart number 358, bringing that second train up towards the leaders. The Nash Motorsports kart now on the move as they go through that very fast turn number 7. And just look how aggressive you've got to be over that curve at turn number 8.
Good pass for Austin Garrison to get through to the 5th spot. In fact, Timothy Pernod followed that up with a pass to go to 6th. So Nolan Bauer is now down to position number 7. And he's got Juno Chang's Super Tune Tony Kart starting to close in on him, while Mossman takes us to the infield chicane. Stephen Miller's actually lost a little bit of time to the leaders now as they've kind of gotten back to single file for this previous lap. Let's see how the times shake out at the halfway mark. 6 down, 6 to go. Mossman, your leader, at a 53.39 that time. Miller, a 53.43. He's going to come under fire shortly. Barrichello, it looked like, had a thought about going to the inside in turn 5. Now he goes. Turn 6. Dudu Barrichello to 3rd. He gets around Stephen Miller.
I have to say, very impressive drive back in 8th position for Junho Chang. He's for the Super Tune team. He's got Ryosuke Takahashi-san mechanicking for him. They've got garage space, or they got awning space in with the Dan Devereaux team, and a driver that is not used to the American racing culture and certainly not used to the circuit. He's there in that green and white Tony kart, just a little bit off this group, but running very well, holding off Top Gun Wes Gundler for 8th position. Commander Mello still runs in 10th spot, but there's a big gap behind Gundler before we get to Commander Mello. Commander Mello's got Aiden Fox. There they are, 10th and 11th on your screens. But up at the front, Barrichello's on the move. So is Austin Garrison.
Nice move. Move AG 64 up to 4th now as Miller fades back to 5th. Stephen Miller, fastest man early, might have peaked a little bit too early as he still got more company on the way with the likes of Timothy Pernod and Nolan Bauer. So as they rocket down the backstretch, credit to Harley Keeble. He's kept Frankie Mossman honest this entire pre-final. Hasn't let him get away more than a car length, if that. So staying right on his tire tracks. And as they come down to the line this time, we'll see 8 laps complete, 4 to go. And Harley Keeble just taking a lot of notes right now behind Frankie Mossman. 2 drivers here that are slowly becoming veterans in the senior ranks. Keeble on his 2nd full American season, Mossman on his 3rd.
Looking at the karts on that last lap, if I was Frankie Mossman, I would be slightly worried about how good Harley Keeble looks down the scrapyard straight. Keeble definitely looks capable of making a move to the inside going into turn number 10. Will we see it this lap, or will Keeble be keeping that one up his sleeve for later in the race? They do have to be concerned, however, with how close Barrichello and Garrison get to them. Oh, and Bauer and Pernod there side by side. But here's where Keeble looks strong, and he's up the inside. New leader, Harley Keeble.
Definitely caught Frankie Mossman off guard. He had already started to lock the brakes and had to quickly whip it to the left-hand side to not make contact. But Harley Keeble, in one move, not only goes to the lead, but he brings new life to Dudu Barrichello and Austin Garrison. As we head down to turn 1, it's now 3 to go and a 4-car party up front as they were starting to battle behind. Miller and Bauer and Pernod all kind of going at it through turns 5 and 6 last lap. And then you saw Bauer look to the inside of Miller, pump the brakes in the middle of the corner to stay off him for contact, and it split them all apart. So now the tightest group on the circuit is the leading quartet, and Mossman with a chance to follow Keeble now later in the race and see if he's still got the same advantage he had early. Let's see, down scrapyard straight, Barrichello and Garrison closing in. This time by, 2 to go. No changes out of turn 10 though, Henry.
No, Mossman rather in second place. needs to be careful. If he's going to make a move back on Keeble, he wants to do it pretty quickly because Barrichello and Garrison are closing in. Here we go, because he doesn't want to be in a situation where he has to defend as well as attack. New leader Frankie Mossman, he saw the danger coming, and now Keeble looks over his shoulder. We're going to start seeing a real scrap for the lead, because Keeble, he'll have to make the move now before Barrichello starts making his presence felt. Top four separated by less than half a second.
And again, Henry, to keep in mind, with this new way of doing the pre-finals, the big loss would be dropping from second to third, because second place will start on the outside of the front row. If you fall back to third in this heat, you're going all the way back to fifth. So as they fight for the lead now, this could get really interesting as Harley Keeble takes over the top spot. So it's the front row, and then it's the third row that are all in this four-car pack. That's a big position swing here, and it could be as well a decent swing in the points with the 1.5 multiplier. Down the front stretch, final lap underway. Keeble low-lined it down to turn one, and Mossman just trying to find a way around him.
Yeah, Keeble's going to have to make that Sony Kart very, very wide now. Mossman's going to pick his moment. Barrichello to the outside at turn 4, and Garrison capitalizes. Garrison picks off Barrichello, and Mossman, the two-speed concept kart side by side. Mossman to the lead. No, Barrichello to the outside. Side by side through turn 7. Keeble's going to be pushed back to third.
So Harley Keeble goes from staring down the pole to staring down fifth. Austin Garrison quickly recovered from that mistake. He's back in it. Nolan Bauer's trying to get there as Barrichello fades low. Keeble's going to send it for second. Here's Bauer defending from Stephen Miller, and Pernod is going to drive him to the edge of the barrier there. Miller hangs on tough, and up front, Frankie Mossman with a greatly placed final lap, and a slick move in turn 6 is going to come to the line to win it as there's contact further back. Keeble, by just about a bumper length, was all the difference to hold on to second, and not just to hold on to second there, but to hang on to the front row instead of going back to the third row here, Henry.
Oh dear, and that I believe was Junhao Chang, and the 353 kart is Michael Boyadzis on the last lap, trudging away from that Dan Devereaux racing kart. We'll look at the results there. There was certainly Junhao Chang and Wes Gundler coming together on the final lap. Gundler coming across the line in 10th. Renzo Barboy, terrible haircut and all, finishes 9th. Zach Clamandamello on that new reframed go-kart from 16th to 8th. Aiden Fox keeping it nice and smooth. He moves up into the top 7. Miller 6th. Then it's Timothy Pinot slipping back to 11th. Chang 12th. John Wade, Gennaro Trapper, and Christopher Girem round out your top 15. And unofficially, of course, Edouard Binet is the last driver for any post-race penalties to make it into the main event automatically. Victor Couto, William Binet will be very nervously looking to see if anyone gets a penalty in front of them. And Michael Boyadzis, sadly, out on the last lap. You could see him at the right-hand side of your screen. So we know that Boyadzis, we know that Lorenko, we know that Grenier, and we know that Boutillier will be in LCQ. And that was a very, very entertaining race up at the front, it has to be said, as Boyadzis' kart is put onto the recovery vehicle, and he's see him having a discussion with race director Manuel Branco, probably about what happened from his perspective. So that can go to the videos and to the stewards here as well to discuss any post-race penalties. Of course, everything that Xander and I say on the commentary, it's unofficial at the moment. We're looking at the unofficial results of the Micromax pre-final, and Dominic Vieira did get that win by 12 hundredths of a second over Marina Brandau, Bernardo Goubert, Zane Burgess, and Alonso Gonzalo, the top 5. Josh Bergman 6th, so no change in the top 6. There was a 3-second penalty for Cristobal Ricci, which pushed him back to 8th position. That was having two wheels out of the tram lines at the start.
So we'll wait to see. I'm sure there's probably going to be the most amount of penalties yet, or at least a potential intervention in that senior max race. That one had obviously a good amount of cars, but a lot of carnage as well. Luckily enough for Gennaro Trappa to go from spinning in turn 1 and staring down the LCQ by racing his way up to 14th. He'll safely transfer, but his shot at probably winning is a whole lot slimmer now. The B pre-final for Senior Max is next to roll. It was set to go green here in 13 minutes. They'll probably roll off the grid here in about 8 to 10. So it gives us another moment here to catch our breath from that, let them clear the racetrack, and go through all the potential final scrutineering from Senior Max pre-final A.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
karts on the racetrack for the B pre-final here for Rotax Senior Max. So the other half of our grid, and starting off with our third place overall qualifier, Diego Ramos, who pulled it last weekend en route to his main event win, his first win in 22 months on the U.S. national scene. And he's trying to back that up and go 2 in a row for PSL Karting. Alongside him will be the Premier Karting Cosmic of Aiden Ingrata, who was quick last weekend, just not able to get up onto the box. Back on row 2, what a qualifying effort from the young lady, Emma Scarborough. The Georgia native starts alongside Rawlson Performance Group's leading man, Ryan Norberg.
Gianluca Savaglio coming into the senior class this week for the first time, alongside Ryan Maxwell on all-Canadian row 3, Camilla Trappo and Frederic Lemieux on row number 4.
Final row of the top 10 sees Fernando Barrichello, younger brother to Eduardo, on the inside in 9th, alongside the CB Motorsport entry of Macy Williams. Then just outside your top 10 has Lucas Nanji on the HM Propeller Kart Republic, and his return after more than a year and a half out of the seat for Cameron Weinberg on the Dan Devereux Racing CRG.
Arnaud Saborin and Charles-Olivier Dion are on row number 7, and then the last two drivers currently qualified for the main event, Thomas Simard and Jose Maria Figueroa on row number 8.
Final 3 rows coming up. It's Josh Salza and Corbin Craig on row 9, Ben Gaunt and Bronson Gaudet on row number 10. In the final row, Autumn Fisher and Darren Liwa on the 22nd starting spot. It's Ramos in the yellow helmet on the red and white Bureau art on the inside. Aiden Ingrata on the right-hand side in the Premier Karting Cosmic. We're green down to turn number 1. And it looks like this start may be a little bit cleaner than pre-final A. They're all good through turns 1 and 2. Can they make it through 4? They can. We're clean into the hairpin.
Yeah, and there's Savaglio up the inside of Ryan Norberg for a move there. And the RPG kart there just getting squeezed to the outside. Gianluca Savaglio wasting no time in stamping his authority on the senior Rotax class there. The 365 CRG, that would be Cameron Weinberg. No ring rust there for Cameron. The orange and black attack is moving forward, and the leaders safely through turn number 10. There's the 357, the Christian Bird Motorsport kart of Macy Williams. And now having to fend off the revitalised Ryan Norberg, who I'm sure will have the red mist down as he marches back, hopefully for him, towards the front.
Well, it looked clean right up until I shut up, and then it got a little bit crazy. So Gianluca Savaglio, like you said, asserting some dominance here to the single-speed senior drivers. He runs 6th as that carnage for 4th has really given Aiden Ingrata a lot of breathing room, and that's allowed us to focus further down the leaderboard. Frederic Lemieux has Weinberg on her tail, then you go Williams, then Norberg, and then further back to the rest of the top 10 is there's a move by Williams on the inside of Weinberg. Norberg follows, so move them to 8th and 9th now as they head down the scrapyard straight. And Norberg already going to take 8th away as Williams tries to block low. Norberg had to lock the brakes up on the dirty side of the racetrack, and they're both going to lose about 5 spots.
Yeah, that allows the orange and white HMP propeller kart through. That was Luca Nanji picking up a place, I believe. But let's not forget that running in 3rd place, Emma Scarborough for the Nash Motorsport team. Now, her younger sister Lillian has already been out in the junior class, but Emma, there she is. Now, this is great work for Emma Scarborough. Just sit, follow. Look at what Ramos and Ingrata are doing. Allow them to tow you away from the chasing pack. Ryan Maxwell up at the P4. Camilo Trappa is 5th. Still Savaglio in 6th, followed by Lemieux, Weinberg, Fernando Barrichello, and then Lucas Nanji in the number 320 kart, rounding out your top 10. Now, I think Darian Hiwa may have had to withdraw from the event. He's not gone out at the moment. Autumn Fisher runs 21st. She is staring LCQ straight in the face. Branson Godet, Ben Gaunt, Corbin Craig, and Thomas Simar are the drivers outside of the top 16.
Well, we've got our eyes on Norberg to see if he can't get by at least a couple more. He's working Lucas Nanji right now. Nanji a little fade to the inside. Can't do anything about it. There goes Mr. 8-time on by. Next up will be Fernando Barrichello for the 2nd time here in this pre-final. Still a lot of time left, and Diego Ramos' lead, half a second up on the rest of the field right now. So an impressive start for the Brazilian Diego Ramos. Aiden Ingrata actually is getting reeled in a little bit by Emma Scarborough. And the next group, Camilo Trappa has gone around Ryan Maxwell. So the AM Racing team, Expre of Camilo Trappa, a spot higher inside the top 5. And just as we spoke in that last race, it's row by row. So by moving from 5th to 4th, he now goes from moving back to what would be, I believe, the 11th and 12th positions, all the way up to 7th and 8th. So he just went from 11th to 8th with that one move. Maxwell wants it back now on Trappa. Norberg as well going to go on Barrichello. And more positions change as we're in just the first half of this B Senior Pre-Final.
Now, it's good to see that Fernando Barrichello, who's been top 3 in the Winter Trophy in its first running back in 2022. Last year, he was beset by bad luck and issues with his go-kart throughout the weekend. There's the move by the 304 Camilo Trappa back on Maxwell. So Ryan Maxwell originally got past Trappa retaking the position. But up at the front there, Emma Scarborough. Now I'm wondering, there used to be in the 1950s, there was an IndyCar driver, a USAC midget driver called Carl Scarborough, who I believe was from Georgia as well. I wonder if there's any relation. And speaking of relations, 2 Canadian teammates, Maxwell and Savalio, passing Trappa, whose cousin Gennaro Trappa was in the previous race, as we continue to wind the laps down half distance now. I'm looking there at the purple name. One name has gone purple. That name, Ryan Norberg.
He's caught up now to Frederic Lemieux, who has still followed Cameron Weinberg for now. Weinberg into 7th, getting by her just a moment ago. Norberg next up, and you can see that the radiator is absolutely smashed on the right-hand side. So when Savalio jumped onto the right tire of Ryan Norberg, he undoubtedly broke the mount. And so Norberg's radiator flapping along the right-hand side. That seems to be the only damage he has, which is really just cosmetic at the most. I don't believe the temps will fly as long as the hoses stay connected. So Norberg, a little bit of damage. For now, though, he's still quickest. Another move, that's on Lemieux. Move him to 8th for Ryan Norberg as they head out of turn 6.
Certainly, so you could say that Ryan Norberg's radiator has gone Dutch. It is flapping freely in the breeze at the moment, but significantly, it is not losing any performance, and Ryan is still moving forward. The top 3 are clear. Here's the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. The 2 REM carts, that new graphics kit from REM with the chrome, silver, purple and pink was very, very striking indeed. Maxwell, though, has got Savalio behind him now. Savalio, not a championship contender. He missed last week's round in this category at least. So I would imagine that he will play a rear gunner for his teammate, or at least try, not to risk a move that could force Maxwell back even further. We're not looking at the leaders, because the leaders are as they were at the end of lap number 1. Ramos leading Ingrata by 3/4 of a second, with Scarborough another half second back in 3rd. Now, further down the order, it is number 354, Josh Souza, who is in 16th position, just in front of Jose Maria Figueroa. So at the moment, it's Figueroa, Corbin Craig, Orton Fisher, Branson Gourdet, and I think Ben Gaunt, who are outside the top 16. And they're the ones that are looking at LCQ. There's the CRG of Cameron Weinberg, said originally out of Carrollton, Georgia, now based along with his brother and the rest of his family down here in Florida. And Weinberg has got Trappa and Norberg breathing down his tailpipe. And the 2 REM carts, the Racing Edge Motorsport carts in front of him, are beginning to edge away as Trappa makes his move.
Camilo Trappa has been fighting everyone whenever they get by him and dive bombing them right back this entire pre-final. He does it to Cameron Weinberg. Now Norberg trying to get clear on the outside. Weinberg says, I might be rusty, but I still have a backbone. He'll hold the inside and keep Norberg at bay. And Camilo Trappa just staying aggressive here, knowing that he is not fast enough to run in the top 10 off pace alone. He's got to fight and trigger stuff like this behind him as Norberg gets sent a little bit by Frederic Lemieux. The young lady gets her elbows out there, says a little apology, then Norberg goes by, and now she's unfortunately going to lose about 4 to 5 spots in the process. And a perfectly timed move by the way Camilo Trappa triggered that battle. Smart racecraft, bit frustrating to be around, but he played his cards well here with 3 to go.
And you can see Frederic Lemieux now, she's lost a couple of other places to Macy Williams and Arnaud Saborin. Antoine Frederic is the youngest and the lightest driver in this entire category. Nearly 50 pounds of lead ballast on that kart. And when you're as diminutive and as young, that just means steering is that little bit harder because you're steering, you know, so much weight in the chassis and the lead as well. The ballast to make sure that every driver comes in at the same weight limit. So Frederic still learning the craft, and she now goes back in on Macy Williams, but Williams holds firm there just on the outskirts of the top 10. Fernando Barrichello leaping over the curb. He now sets his sight on Cameron Weinberg.
Yeah, Weinberg right behind Lucas Nanji here, who is going to block way low into turn number 1, and a slick crossover for a moment there. Weinberg got a bit too much curb as he jumped 4 wheels over it. Nanji knows he's there. He'll block low still with 2 laps remaining, and they're all going to go to the inside, and Macy Williams will pick up a spot away from Arnaud Saborin for 11th. But this group here now continues to just work its way backwards. Norberg with a huge gap away as he chases down Camilo Trappa and Savalio with 2 to go. We'll see if Weinberg can't get creative with Lucas Nanji. All the while this has been going on, Diego Ramos' lead is over a second now back to Aiden Ingrata, but Nanji just low and slow here at the moment. As look at Fernando Barrichello trying to cross him over, but he's going to get hung out to dry on the outside.
Nanji, like my pulled pork cook, low and slow. As Weinberg, the CRG, has got a reputation for being a very durable chassis, and it's just as well because Weinberg was launching it over the curbs with gay abandon, as it were. Here comes the CB Motorsport kart and Macy Williams now. Oh, and that's Lemieux and Fernando Barrichello getting it over the grass, and oh, that's a Nanji running wide as well. So the final lap, and business is picking up.
Definitely there. I think Nanji defended just a bit too early and frustrated the drivers behind him, and they quickly were able to find a way around him. You also kind of show your cards early when you start defending laps early, because then everyone can figure out when you break to defend, and they can try to out-chess match you, and that's what Weinberg did there. Now he's got to deal with Saborin, I believe, on the outside. There's Williams getting through, but all the while, Diego Ramos will easily claim the victory here in pre-final B over Ingrata and Scarborough with a good run. Maxwell, then Savalio, then Trappa, then Norberg. Here's Weinberg. He'll hold off, I believe, Saborin. That should be for the 8th spot, if I'm not mistaken, for Cameron Weinberg. And indeed, Arnaud ends up in 9th. Macy Williams recovers to 10th after getting shuffled wide there when Norberg got by her early on. So a decent recovery. Nanji, Barrichello, Thomas Simard, all with that battling brought them very close to that danger zone, the cut line. And in fact, the driver that just barely etched across the line in time was the girl back in 6th, Frederic Lemieux. But here's how they stacked up. And again, all that battling just backs the field up, spreads it out. Look at the margins across the board, but there was no battling from 1st to 2nd. Diego Ramos pulled out 1.4 seconds over 12 laps over Aiden Ingrata. That is very impressive for the PSL karting boys to do that just off speed alone.
I've got to say, with the drivers, each driver having 2 sets of Mojo Slick tyres to use as they wish, a result like that for Ramos, Ingrata and Scarborough, they were able to preserve their tyres. There was no battling. They weren't locking the tyres up, overworking them. They could cruise around and manage the tyres. So they have not only had a great finish, 1st, 2nd and 3rd, they've also been able to preserve the life of those Mojo tyres a little bit more than the likes of Maxwell, Savalio, certainly Trappa, Norberg, Weinberg, Saborin and Williams, as you're looking at there. But the second half of our results screen, another somewhat energetic race with plenty of battling. Frederic Lemieux, well, let's have a little look. Corbin Craig, Jose Maria Figueroa, Branson Godet, Ben Gaunt will all be wondering, well, if there's going to be a few penalties in front of us, will that help me into the main event? Autumn Fisher finishing, I think, a spin on the last lap for the young lady on the TB kart. She will almost certainly go to LCQ. Ben Gaunt, 10 seconds behind 16th place Frederic Lemieux. It's going to take a DQ for any of the top 15 and several other penalties to put Gaunt in, but there'll be a couple of drivers there somewhat nervously looking at the nose cones of their rivals. So that concludes the senior Rotax pre-finals. Unofficially, we will endeavor to give you the official sort of lineup as soon as we can. Big thank you to Kim down in race control, sending us the unofficial results as they're posted. Minimax have just come in. Albert Friend, Royce Vega, Jeremy Sincere, the top three. No nose cones or technical issues for any of the front runners. 5-second bump penalty for Mika Baruch. That drops Mika back from 12th to 16th. We also had pushback bumper penalties and contact penalties for Blaise Diniz, Sebastian Vasmosi, and the Lion from Zionsville, Indiana, William Vita, but they were all outside the top 20 anyway.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep.
gloves,
Yep.
rib protectors.
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Kart's onto the racetrack now for Masters Max here, the second to last of our pre-finals before a short break. Will be followed up by that Senior Max last chance qualifier. And Rubens Barrichello in the Masters Max class has been the benchmark, it seems like, most of this weekend and last weekend as well. Pole in qualifying for the PSL Karting Bureau Art driver. Alongside him will be the closest one pace-wise, it felt like, Sunday afternoon, Nicholas Pico on the Premier Karting Tony Kart. Mundi Lawyer starts on the inside of row 2 in the Nash Motorsports machine. Alongside him, Danilo Romalo's PSL Karting Bureau Art.
On row number 3, Romania's Laurențiu Mardan on the Techno Kart entry, and newcomer to the championship this weekend, Ariel Castro from Argentina. Canada's David Laplante, and then his countryman Matthias Bonvin on the outside of row number 4.
Row 5 has Marc-Andre Levesque on the inside and Rodrigo Martin on the outside, with Abel Martinez, Sylvain Chenard, and Luis Quinones, your 13 drivers here on the lineup for Masters Max. So as they begin to make their way into formation out of turn number 10, Rubens Barrichello in a family fun weekend. Again, just had a good run through the heats for both of his boys, at least good enough for Fernando and Dudu. They will transfer to the main.
Exclusive Barrichello family news, Xander. Last night, Rubens was cooking for Eduardo and Fernando. They both made it out of the kitchen, and they're both on track this morning without any risk of food poisoning. So Rubens can drive. We also now know Rubens can also cook.
Good to know here from the former Formula One star. He's a star in the kitchen, at least. Well, at least not a complete dud in the kitchen. With both of his boys having a good day to start, can Dad go out and get another checkered flag? Let's see it. Masters Max is underway down in turn number 1, and wow, what a start from Nico Pico, and oh my goodness, everybody got tangled up. Danilo Romalo got caught on the left rear tire of what looked to be Mundi Lawyer, and that has shaken up our lineup completely as he sends it there on Lawyer in turn 5. Gets back around him.
Yeah, Danilo Romalo speaking to him all week at the circuit. Oh, at the back of the pack there, Abel Martinez. And I've got to say, the Spaniard for the Energy Course AKT Racing Team has not endeared himself to some of his rivals in the midfield this week, and last week at least. But there's the battle for third. It is the Romanian flag on the Techno Kart USA entry of Laurențiu Mardan moving up into P2, but they're certainly going into turn one. Nicola Pico was away like a rocket there, getting across the front there. Behind Barrichello, there was a few drivers out breaking themselves, squeezed the Brazilian a bit wide. He falls back to second, Mardan to third with Castro, and that looks like the second Premier Karting entry of David Laplante in P5.
So 1 lap underway here for Masters Max, and Rubens Barrichello has 3 kart lengths to try and eat up towards Nico Pico, with a healthy gap behind to Mardan and Ariel Castro. Classy move from Ariel as he saw Laurențiu taking a look down the inside in turn 10. He waved him on by, said go ahead. Those two good buddies off the racetrack, and U.S. industry members as well. Of course, Mardan imports the Techno Kart. Ariel Castro, most commonly known for his work in the engine dyno room, building AM engines. This weekend he's got an AM racing team tent with the Trappa brothers and more on those black and orange X-Breeze. So out of turn 13 and down the front stretch, 2 laps complete here in Masters Max. Nicolas Pico's got company. Here comes Rubens.
Now, we said last week that Nicolas Pico, newcomer to the US racing scene. This is the first time the Frenchman has raced here. He's a very, very experienced pilot in around Europe, but he doesn't like being passed. I've got to say, though, he made it easy there for Barrichello. That's why, because he was going to come back at him side by side, and he cuts across the front of Rubens for the race lead. Now, for those of you that like your NASCAR, Nicolas Pico is the Ryan Newman of NASCAR. It doesn't matter what position, what part of the race, he does not make it easy for you, as Barrichello is discovering. And the plant to the inside of Mardan. That will send Mardan into orbit. As Barrichello now will have to try and summon all his experience. There he goes, and he just eases Nicolas Pico wide. New leader, Rubens Barrichello.
And a little defensive drive into the inside for Rubens there into turns 1 and 2 as they head over to turns 3 and 4. Thankfully, with that crazy send from LaPlante trying to outbrake Ariel Castro, Mardan is too far back to challenge. The next man up is Mundi Lawyer on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. So Mundi is close enough to the leaders to maybe make some noise if Nicholas Pico can continue to challenge on Rubens Barrichello, but he's already lost about 1/10 of a second this lap so far.
Mundi Lawyer is the owner of a somewhat unwanted statistic in the history, the 3-year history of the Rotax Winter Trophy. He has more podium finishes than anybody else without a win. And he wants to fight that. He goes, I've been chasing that bloody Brazilian. I used the bloody in inverted commas. He was smiling when he said it, of course, you know, but for 3 years, he says. There's Mardan back inside of Castro. A little bit of sticker swapping there. Mojo to Mojo. They continue on. Oh, Pico to the inside.
Oh, my goodness.
There goes Mundi Lawyer. Well, it's only a pre-final, but Lawyer leads. It's Peru, France, Brazil. Xander Clements, this is what we used to see from Nicola Pico every time he hits the track.
That was a very low percentage move by Nicola Pico. It took a lot of trust and kart control from both sides, him and Barrichello, to not completely wipe out there. As check this out, Ariel Castro. Talk about more kart control and aggressive sends. That was that from Bonvin, maybe?
That was Matthias Bonvin there, the 616 getting involved as well. Now we're looking back there. Mark Levesque from in the kart number 604 is he's recovering from an earlier mishap with Abel Martinez. Luis Quinones up into 10th, Sylvain Chenard down to 11th place. So the battles further back in the pack are going on, but up front though you can't take your eyes off it, and we're only at half distance.
Yeah, what a battle at the front of the field for Mundi Lawyer, though. He's starting to make some strides towards erasing that statistic, or at least ending it here today as he leads over Pico. Barrichello not going away, and look who's closing in. A different chassis this weekend for Danilo Romalo, making the week change from PSL and Beerlart to the more familiar OTK chassis that he's had a lot of success with, and a fellow Brazilian-based team headed up by Italo Silveira, the Team U-Race orange and white Tony Kart machine of Danilo Romalo. Last time by was only beaten lap time wise, I believe, by Rubens Barrichello and maybe by Pico, who is, wow, very close to Mundi Lawyer. He's going to drag race him over to turn 6 and quickly cover the inside back off because he looked over his shoulder and he saw Rubens right there.
Yeah, Romalo was umming and ahhing over whether he should race this weekend. He wasn't as competitive as he would have liked to be last weekend for whatever reason. Oh, Pico to the inside, new leader Nicola Pico, and now he looks left, he looks right, he thinks, okay, I've got Peruvians to the left of me, Brazilians to my right, here I am driving down the middle on my own, and Romalo closing in.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to Romalo coming out of that hairpin. He did lost a little time as Mundi Lawyer now trying an aggressive send on Rubens Barrichello. Everybody going after the XF1 star, and now here comes Romalo to the inside of Mundi Lawyer. Turn 1, and he nearly ends up into the side of him. Mundi says, hands in the air, hey man, what was that for? But to Romalo's credit, he was well alongside, and now the good news for them is Nicola Pico. He's going to make that kart very wide. And let's see if Rubens can over-under him. Almost into the sweeper. Yes, Rubens Barrichello gets the over-under done on Nicola Pico.
I was thinking to myself that Pico put on that very aggressive move to pass Barrichello early in the race, so I'm sure that Rubens would have had something up his sleeve equally as dynamic, shall we say, to repass the leader. Pico there had to just outbreak himself. Here comes Laurentiu Mardan and David Laplante in 5th and 6th. Ariel Castro and Matthias Bonvin the battle for 7th and 8th. Then it is Rasmus Martin. We haven't mentioned Rasmus that much, but Rodrigo Martin in kart 606. Albert Martinez, Mark Levesque, Luis Quinones and Sylvain Chenard. A good battle going on for 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th back there. Sylvain Chenard, I want to quickly check his lap times. He is doing a 56.0 last time around. That's only 3/10 slower than Rubens Barrichello.
Not terribly far off, but again, Rubens is in the middle of a dogfight right now with the entire lead group. Look at Pico! Wow, he kicked up some dirt with how low he went to the inside. That is completely uncharted territory, and now he's defending for third from Rubens as Romolo's in second. Look at Rubens. He's had enough. He sends it on two of them. Romolo gets thrown to the wayside. He takes the brunt of it, and Mundi Lawyer, what a lead now as they go to the infield chicane.
Nicola Pico does not care for reputation, and that is the same for all these drivers. They don't look at the number 611 as an ex-Formula 1 driver. He's just another driver in this race. He is just another driver between them and their quest for a ticket to the Grand Finals, and that is the way that Rubens likes it. You know, I say reputation or nothing. I'm here. I've got the same car, same package as everybody else, and the drivers certainly, they don't cut him any more slack, or they don't do anything, differently because he's an ex-F1 driver. They're just hungry for that ticket to Sarno. We're on lap 10 out of 12. Mundi Lawyer is now trying to escape to victory.
3 laps to go, coming to 2 to go this time, and Barrichello, to Rubens' credit, he doesn't seem too rattled with how crazy it has been. I mean, that aggressive move in the hairpin was about as aggressive as we've seen him all week long, and now I think he's just going to try and hold on to the front row starting spot. I don't think he's going to waste any time hunting down Mundi Lawyer. With 2 laps remaining, he's going to park the bus on the inside. Nicola Pico ready to try and find a way around him here as the field comes through turns 3 and 4. Down the run into turn number 5. Barrichello low, Pico high and then low. LaPlante in the middle, Mardan, Romolo, even more drivers coming into frame. How about Ariel Castro, back from nearly crashing earlier? The AM Racing Team driver in 7th has almost caught up to this group.
Nicola Pico is also doing his own mechanicking. Oh dear, that was a bridge too far, and little hand in the air from Pico there. I think to say that we went a little bit too deep. There's Romolo sending one up the inside. He loses a position to Matisse Bonvin, I believe, as well. But Pico and Barrichello there, that was just, you saw the dust as Pico went offline onto the slippery part of the circuit, and you saw the rest. But up at the front, Mundi Lawyer leads by 2.5 seconds over new second place driver David LaPlante. Mardan third, and then it's Castro, Romolo, Bonvin, Martin, Pico and Barrichello. Can't wait to see Rubens Barrichello greet Nicola Pico warmly by the neck when they get back to the pits.
Yeah, there is no question in my mind that we are going to have some very entertaining scale line conversations in about a minute and a half when we get back around to it, because we're headed to the checkered flag now. 1 lap remaining. Everyone's spread apart that I don't think we'll see any last lap major sends. And how about it? Mundi Lawyer avoids the chaos. 1 or 2 aggressive moves of his own, but for the most part, a clean run and an emphatic pump of the fist. He's fired up. He wins the pre-final over LaPlante, then Mardan, then Castro, and then Romolo, and the rest of the field cycling through. There's Barrichello on by. Pico ends up just ahead of him unofficially, but we've got a lot more from this one here. We'll see if we can't pan our camera to the left to take a look at that scale line, because look at this, Rubens is already on his way, hunting right towards Pico. Pico's trying to run away from him.
Yes. Now what they do, Rubens doesn't want to be getting a penalty, a bumper penalty going into the pits.
Oh.
And, well, let's have a look. There is Esteban Del Rio from Grid 14 Motorsport saying, calm down, gentlemen, calm down. We'll have a little look to see the answer. Now, there will be a discussion, and there is the discussion. And Rubens saying, what are you doing? And Nicola say, I'm trying to overtake you. And that is it. And I don't get who you are. I say apology. I say sorry. Rubens going, I do not accept your apology. And Nicola goes, well, that is what you're getting. And they'll have a discussion. But, this is where, Nicola's like, look, I'm sorry. I said sorry. It was a move that went wrong, and I was racing you hard. That's how I race everybody. And, bottom line, that's that. They say they sort of hands in the air, and battle lines have been drawn. They'll forget about it. Next race in the final, they'll go again.
Yeah, well, forget might be a little bit hard with the way that the results came out for them. I wouldn't be surprised to see any, extra love being given to the rest of the field, but less to each other when we get back to the main. The fun part will be they start right near each other in 8th and 9th or around that after the officials go through scrutineering and penalties. But Mundy Lawyer ends up stealing one here in that Masters Match pre-final over LaPlante, Laurentiu Mardan, Castro, Ramallo, your top 5. Bonvin, Rodrigo Martin moves up through all the chaos. He gets 7th over Pico, Barrichello, Marc-Andre Levesque, then Martinez, Quinones, and Sylvain Chenard, who Quinones and Chenard had a good little battle of their own back for the 12th spot. Henry?
Just unofficial results, subject, of course, to any protest, but the senior Rotax pre-final A, Frankie Mossman, no issues for any of the front runners. Mossman, Keeble, Eduardo Barrichello, the top 3. Garrison, Bauer, and Aidan Fox, your top 6. Further back, front bumper penalties for Zach Clemandamello, dropping him from 8th to 12th. Wes Gundler, also a bumper penalty that pushes Top Gun back into P13. Stephen Miller, 10-second penalty for contact and a 5-second penalty for a pushback bumper. Wow. So Miller back to 15th position, just scraping it into the final. But Edouard Binet, a 5-second pushback bumper, and his brother William Binet, a DQ from Tech. So it looks like Victor Couto scrapes into the main event by virtue of having no penalties and having 2 karts in front of him, or getting into issues unofficially. And of course, this is subject to the result being made completely official. From pre-final A, it's going to be Edouard Binet, William Binet, Michael Boyadzis, William Boutillier, Aidan Lorenko, and Maud Grenier are the 6 drivers who will go into LCQ from pre-final A. But Stephen Miller will go from row number 15 in the final.
So there you have it for the wild turn of events after penalties assessed for Senior Max. At least we know that they've got plenty of time to work on their go-karts. They'll go all the way to the back end of the lineup for the main because of their LCQ running at the beginning of the main events. But the back end of the lineup, our final class before our short break of pre-finals, DD2 Max and DD2 Master coming your way next.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
DD2 Max and DD2 Masters onto the racetrack here as we get set to go green for their pre-final. Of course, down a couple in this one. One of them was Gianluca Savalio moving over to the Senior Max division. I want to send a shout out to Colin Livingston. I know he's watching here. He had sent us the logo late last weekend to get updated for Matthew Taskinen. We will be populating more logos, I believe, through today. So the Taskinen LTD CRG. No, that's the man in the number 414. Apologies to Colin watching along.
Don't apologise to Colin. Colin deserves no apology whatsoever. He should be grateful for what he's given. I'm only joking.
He's at least given the orange stripe nonetheless there for the CRG branding. But it's Harley Keeble on the dark orange Sodi USA black and orange machine because he was nearly 2/10 better than the DD2 drivers around him. And that was a special improvement over last week's contender, Leonardo Reis, who seemed to be the outright quickest man on that PSL Beer Alert. But after getting entrenched in a battle with Harley Keeble, the two of them lost some time to the leaders, and it allowed Oliver Bedard on the Premier Karting Tony Kart, who rolls off fourth, to slip through and steal the victory.
I mean, you look at that, Sodi, PSL, Premier, Prime, all surrounding that independent privateer run lad and dad operation. Matt Taskinen. You can see the two drivers with the 7 at the prefix, their number 701, 700. Michael McLean and Bruno Bouchard, they're the Masters drivers. They're running a slightly different race weight limit. Preston Le Breton sadly not here. A small grid, a very, very talented grid. The UK, Canada, Brazil, and Belgium represented on the front 3 rows of the grid. It's Keeble and then the orange and black attack, Edmonton's Matt Taskinen and his dad against the might of some of the biggest and best in North American karting. Who's going to emerge on top?
Here we go, 12 laps on the boards. They're on the power, and we are green, down to 1. And look at Taskinen around the outside, and look at Leonardo Reis. Everybody swarming Harley Keeble off the rip. Reis drops a tire, though. Here comes Oliver Bedard to the high side, so's Guillaume. And Keeble trying to go wheel to wheel with Bedard as Guillaume backs out, and that allows the fellow Birol Art machine of Ludovic Saborin to move through into, I believe, 5th or 6th, but what a leap out in front for Matt Taskinen. He leads us through turns 8 and 9.
Yep, Taskinen is going to have to get his head down and scurry away like a Canadian moose being chased by an angry lumberjack as they go into turn number 10 because the Mounted police are coming. Reis, Bedard and Keeble now sort themselves out. Watch Matt Taskinen, though, he is very aggressive on the curbs. Let's hope that his dad's bolted the thing together properly. I'm sure he has. He has ordered a new spine because he's sick of pushing the cart all the way to the back of the paddock to the grid there. But Taskinen, the 414, now leading into turn number 5 with Reis, Keeble passing Bedard, Saborin, Guillaume and Silveira are next. Then it's McLean and Bouchard in their own private Sodi Kart battle for the Masters division.
Yeah, what a good battle further back. They were all around each other all weekend last weekend between McLean and Bouchard. And out of turn 10, Harley Keeble's already cut the gap in half to Leonardo Reis after getting around Oliver Bedard. So can Harley Keeble, the top qualifier, make up for that poor start? And the starts in DD2, the first to second gear, it's, again, just something completely unique to this engine package. The line you take, the having the front brakes but not having 6 gears, having 2, it's something that was completely new to Harley Keeble last Thursday and Wednesday when he unloaded here in Orlando for the very first time on the package. He was quick off the rip. He was quicker by the end of this week. And now he's starting to hunt down both of them with a good opening lap at a 53.24, 2/10 better than Taskinen.
Coming into today, this championship was one of the closest. Olivier Bedard with 138 points, Leonardo Reis 136, Matt Taskinen 119, Harley Keeble 116.5. So that with then Nicolas Guillaume on 110 just behind them. So any of those 5 drivers still in with a shot. They're the first 5 car. Well, Guillaume down in 6th position at the moment, but certainly now Leonardo Reis has got into his stride. You can see just coming out of that corner, there's a slight dip. That's where Preston Le Breton cracked a rib in one of these karts last weekend, just an inch or 2 offline, and could spell disaster for any of these drivers. Reis, though, beginning to close in.
Here's a fight further back. You can see Nico Guillaume has been able to get around Ludovic Saborin. That is for the 5th position overall, while the top 4 run away. And Matt Taskinen, after getting a great start, he's being reeled in. So good little fight here for 5th, but we've got a battle looming for the lead. And it's not just Leo Reis closing in. It's not even just Harley Keeble. Oliver Bedard has stayed close to the 2nd and 3rd place drivers, and all 4 closing together here at the end of lap number 4. 8 laps remain here in the DD2 pre-final as Taskinen leads us to turn 5 once again.
You know, this race is a microcosm of how karting has developed, even in my time in the sport. I love the professionalism and the quality that all the big teams bring. They have transformed this sport and the talent that this sport produces, whether it's just for professional kart racers or the Formula One IndyCar stars of tomorrow. But This is showing you that if you are good at what you do, a lad and dad, a family with no real major factory support can still compete.
Oh, no.
Oh, a problem for Keeble. Even sometimes the big guns can break. Keeble is the first giant to fall. And now Taskinen has just Reese and Bedard chasing him down. David versus Goliath, and there were 3 Goliaths, there are now just 2. David continues to lead, or does he? Oh, he does still. Reese, though, is right with Matt Taskinen.
Taskinen just trying to hang on here as the field heads through the sweeper. He's got 6 more laps to fend off who has been the overall fastest, if not one of the fastest drivers, Leonardo Reese, on his heels. Oliver Bedard has faded backwards a little bit, so it's a mano-a-mano fight right now down to turn 10. Here comes Leo to the inside. Can Taskinen get the crossover again? He can. Matt Taskinen holding the lead with everything that he's got as we come to putting the halfway marker on the board. 6 laps complete, 6 to go. Taskinen under fire, but he's led everyone at the stripe.
You know, all 3 of these drivers are experienced Rotax Grand Final competitors. Taskinen has raced several times. Leonardo Reese also several times at Grand Finals, including in Paraíba, Brazil back in 2018.
Yeah, and for Leonardo Reese, he's taken that well here into his first American starts. This 2-week stint, he has been quick right off of the hauler from PSL Karting both weekends here. So we got more problems.
Oh.
That is, I believe, Ludovic Saborin, who was running 5th.
Yes, indeed. So, you know, there weren't many karts to start with. There's fewer now. But you can see Bedard, who was raced in Bahrain last year for Team Canada. So did Taskinen. In fact, Leonardo Reese, it's been a couple of years since Leonardo has been to the Grand Finals. He's tried to book his place back at the big show. But he's got to get past Matt Taskinen. And we'll watch to see which of these 2 drivers is more aggressive over the curve. Taskinen has tended to be more aggressive, but Leonardo Reese, certainly through the first couple of corners, using more curb, means he's trying a little bit harder. He's really pushing the envelope. He's tried a couple of moves. Every time he's got ahead of Taskinen, Taskinen has fought straight back. Oh, over the turn 8 curve there, on the scrapyard straight. This is lap 8 of 12. Bedard is sitting and watching, but not a factor. Guillaume a further 2 seconds back in P4, but this is proof that you only need 2 go-karts to make a really good go-kart race.
Yeah, as they come out of the final turn, we've still got plenty of racing left at that as well, Henry. 4 laps remaining. Oliver Bedard, by the way, last time by, big time lap out of the Premier Karting Tony Kart driver. It was a 53.04 for Matt Taskinen. It was a 0.8 for Bedard, and with a move like that from Leo Reese, we have got him closer now as they bang tires. Look at Taskinen, high and low. He cannot get it back, though, this time. Leonardo Reese, hot off the heels of the fastest lap of the session, leads us over to turn 8.
Yeah, and Reese's move there to the inside, he didn't allow, you could see Matt Taskinen try to get the undercut, but Reese hadn't cleared Reese fully, so Taskinen couldn't get a tight exit on the corner as he would have liked, and that meant that while he could get alongside Reese going into turn number 6, he wasn't able to sort of get round the outside and pin Reese to the inside or get the undercut, and Reese, I think now will probably begin to pull away ever so slightly.
Yeah, he definitely looked to have the edge up on the rest of the field, and now with clean racetrack, he's already starting to walk a little bit away from Matt Taskinen, the initial leader. Oliver Bedard is closing into Taskinen now. He was matching him for pace in the previous few laps at a 53.01 last time for Bedard. Now starting to hit his stride. He's going to be even closer when they head onto the scrapyard straight to Taskinen than I believe Taskinen is now to Leonardo Reese. And you think about the points implications here for Leo over Bedard. First to third is not a big swing overall, but it's a much bigger swing with 150%.
I was about to say that, yeah, it's a bigger swing than it would be tomorrow with the 150% points on offer today. Taskinen knows this is possible. Well, is it a must-win race for Matt Taskinen? Who knows? He's going to, as things stand, he's going to gain a couple of points on championship leader Olivier Bedard, but he's going to lose a few points to the driver who I'm assuming I'm pretty certain will take over top spot. Yeah, only 2 points separating Bedard and Reese coming into this event, and Reese was 17 points clear of Taskinen, so Reese will be your new championship leader unofficially, of course. Bedard down to second, Taskinen hanging on in third. You have to say the championship, the ticket for Sarno is going to go to one of the 3 drivers on your Kart Chaser screen right now.
Yeah, what a heartbreak for Harley Keeble. Again, he won that opening main event that got scrubbed from the championship on Saturday. Then, of course, comes back on Sunday fighting for the win, had the speed to win. And now here in the pre-final, he's right there sitting on the sidelines watching the DD2 Max drivers drive away and take more points to their tally. Final lap underway, though, overall. Leonardo Reese not slowing down one bit. The only saving grace for Harley Keeble, he will have significantly fresher mojo rubber in that main event by about half the distance. But Reese, a 52.7, that was still a tenth of a second better than Taskinen, 0.2 better than Oliver Bedard. That's a big-time margin here for them to try to close up in a small field.
Now, Harley Keeble, yesterday in qualifying, he put, obviously, everyone had to put brand new tyres on for qualifying 1. Keeble didn't put new tyres on for qualifying 2, so he's still got one brand new, provided he hasn't used it this morning, he's still got one brand new fresh set of Mojo tyres ready to go. Does he throw caution to the wind and use them in the final? He might need to, because Leonardo Reese has taken the checkered flag and the win by half a second over Matthew Taskinen. Oliver Bedard finishes P3, Guillaume 4th, and the Inter DD2 Masters battle won by Michael McLean, while Mr. Silveira, Theo Silveira, and Bruno Bouchard enjoying a good tussle over 6th position. Sadly, Saborin and Keeble both fail to finish. What a intense battle. So the smallest field, but of course the difference in points between finishing first and last is a lot smaller in this class, because there's only 7 drivers in the main event. So it's going to be absolutely fascinating. Every race means more in this class than in some of the others. And what a way to finish our pre-finals, Xander.
Yeah, lots to take away from the opening round of races here. Again, main events will roll after the lunch break. First to kick them off will be that last chance qualifier for Senior Max. That'll be in 55 minutes, top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern for the Senior Max last chance qualifier. And from there, it's nothing but main events. So we'll let the hardworking RTX Grid 14 USA officials, the Orlando Kart Center team, and of course all of our Kart Chaser camera operators to be able to get a minute to grab something to eat. And we hope you do the same, because you need to be ready for 6 action-packed main events and a last chance qualifier when we return here in 55 minutes. Karts onto the racetrack for the last chance qualifier for Rotax Senior Max. The top 4 drivers out of this session will transfer through to the main event. So as they begin to form up here, Edward Bennett will line up on the pole. Alongside him will be Corbin Craig, Michael Boyadzis, Jose Maria Figueroa, William Botillier, Bronson Gaudet, Aiden Lorenko, Ben Gaunt, Maud Grenet, and then Autumn Fisher, Darren Hilwa, and William Bennett, your 12 drivers here for the lineup in this LCQ.
Yep, 12 drivers, 12 laps, 4 transfer spots in to the main event. Now, some of these drivers didn't make it into the main event last week. Their championship chances, they haven't got any really. They're just here to try and make the main event, gain experience, and who knows? In the long race later on, it double, 1.5 point times the points today. There are plenty of opportunities to gain ground, even if it's not for the ticket to Sarno, but get through today's event, having moved up the championship table. It also gives us a chance to talk about some of the drivers that we won't necessarily focus on in the main event or in the heat race, a pre-final earlier. Just doing a quick helmet check. 2, 4, 6, 8. First 4 rows are together, 9, 10, 11. So we're missing somebody. We'll find out who that is when the race gets underway.
Here we go. So again on the inside, Edward Bennett there on the black and orange Sodi. The outside's Corbin Craig's Tony Kart. And down we go to turn number 1. And the inside lane's going to quickly freight train the outside. Keep your eye on the purple and orange of Aiden Lorenko's. Whoa! Spun out of the lead is Corbin Craig. Off the nose of Edward Bennett as the two of them went side by side on a turn 4. Now it's William Botillier moving forward there on the HM Propeller Kart Republic. Lorenko moves up to second, and I believe into third.
I think Craig is in third place. I think the other driver, the white NASA panel, the luckless Michael Boyadzis, was the driver that may have been caught out. We were lucky there. That could have been huge. The top 2 drivers sort of coming together, coming out of that kink, and you've got that red and white barrier which sort of stops your vision from the exit of the corner. Lots of Corbin Craig in that plain white car. Great reactionary driving from Corbin to avoid being part of a huge pileup there.
Yeah, so now for Edward Burnett, he is the driver on the bubble in the 4th spot. And looking low, wow, way low there was Ben Gaunt. He gets through, now Bennett back on him. This is the final spot to the final, and Edward Burnett, Ben Gaunt, door to door for it here on lap number 1.
And Gaunt, I think with a new motor on that kart, he's had to take their second engine, or he's had to change something on that kart during the lunch break, and the Anglo-American driver is certainly fired up. He's got his mum here watching for one of the very first times, and this is now, she's probably realised, this is why I don't come to watch karting. I've already lost my fingernails, and we're only on lap 2.
Well, they continue to battle behind the transfer now as Ben Gaunt has started to drive away. The fight for 6th and 7th on back has raged on here in this short senior LCQ. Again, the distance for it, 12 laps in total. Botillier pulling away with the help of Aiden Lorenko. This is up for the lead right here. Lorenko went purple last time by. Bronson Gaudet is decently safe and in by about 2 seconds back to the bubble spot of Ben Gaunt. He's got about a second to this group here and counting as Edward Burnett is trying to fend off everyone close to him. The next up is a 351 of Corbin Craig's Tony Kart.
Yeah, and it was Boyadzis who was the innocent victim on lap number 1. Darian Schliwa, who I don't believe is racing today. So we're down to 10. Autumn Fisher in that bright blue, the Villeneuve kart. It's part of the TB kart family. She is in 10th position. William Bennett is 9th. William had an exclusion from the pre-final, which is why he's down there. 8th is Maud Grenier, and you can see Maud going through in the first of those 2 Tony karts, and she is tucked right up behind Corbin Craig in 7th. Jose Maria Figueroa is in 6th with Edward Bennett the top 5. So all these drivers, there's Autumn Fisher pulling off a move there. Great battle, none of them at the moment going through to the main event.
And I mean, outside of potentially Edward Burnett, which again, he's still in the fifth spot outside the zone as we see Corbin Craig send it on his inside. That next car that just went out of frame, that Fox & Son karting entry of Ben Gaunt, he's the first one in. He, to what we can tell, has no penalties coming from contact. Neither would any of the top three. The only saving grace could maybe be a bumper penalty for William Bottillier, Lorenko, Godet, or Gaunt, specifically Godet or Gaunt, because Bottillier and Lorenko, they have almost outrun the bumper penalty here by the end of lap 4. Their lead is 3 seconds to Bronson Godet, 5 seconds to Ben Gaunt, 6.5 to Jose Maria Figueroa, who has inherited the 5th spot.
Yeah, Figueroa now trying to chase down the driver you're looking at there, the 3-4-4 of Ben Gaunt. So Fox & Son, they had 2 drivers in this race. At the moment, both drivers safely through. Lorenko chasing Bottillier. I'd say William Bottillier, the HM propellant driver, very fast in qualifying yesterday for tomorrow's event, suffering a DNF in his pre-final. That's why he's down here, but looks like he's safely going to negotiate his way through there. Branson Godet in the Praga USA kart. The Praga USA team have proudly unveiled their new tent and awning today, which is down the paddock, looking very, very good indeed. There is Gaunt through the kink at turn number 3. Now, what was that, a yellow flag I saw, or was it just a flash of one of the yellow barriers around the circuit catching my eye? Gaunt doesn't need to catch or pass Branson Godet. He just needs to sit and wait. At the moment, the gap that if he wants, he's 1.6 seconds in front of Jose Maria Figueroa in kart number 321. Jose Maria 32nd in the main event last week, the GKS driver on the Gillard chassis. I'm just looking at this. So Bottillier in kart number 349. Last week, Bottillier didn't make the main event. Aidan Lorenko ended up finishing 28th in the big show, and Godet in kart 341 finished 31st. But Ben Gaunt in the number 344 kart looks to the inside and takes over P3. No risk there, the driver from Ithaca, New York. And again, Branson Godet quite sensibly not fighting the position. They just need to cruise home. The difference between finishing 3rd and 4th in this race is the difference between starting 35th or 36th. So it does not make much of a difference, really. But Figueroa is closing in, and Ben Gaunt, I think, saying to himself, I just want that 1 kart buffer. But on the bubble, it is the Praga USA machine of Branson Godet. Last week he was here on a CRG, but has now moved across to the Praga USA team. Behind the top 5, Corbin Craig runs 6th, Maud Grenier is 7th, William Burnett is 8th, Edouard Bonnet is 9th, Autumn Fisher, the last driver running in 10th position. 7 laps down, this is lap number 8. Bottillier only 0.3 of a second in front of Lorenko, but Lorenko, the driver from Newton, Connecticut in New England, just needs to sit and follow the leader home. And here comes Jose Maria Figueroa on the Gillard to the inside. No, Branson Godet. This is Praga versus Gillard for the final transfer spot into this afternoon's main event. The senior final will be the last race of the day here on Kart Chaser and in the paddock. Into turn number 1 we go, lap number 9 we are running. Bottillier Lorenko 7 seconds in front of Gaunt, and Gaunt is now just 1 second in front of new 4th place driver Jose Maria Figueroa. Here comes Godet back at him, waving to him. Well, I don't know why he's waving. They're battling for the last transfer spot. Turn number 8 and now into turn number 9. Behind this battle on your screen, you can see the majority plain white livery of Corbin Craig, and Corbin is being chased hard by Maud Grenier, so they are looking to try and pick up any of the pieces should things kick off, shall we say, between these 2 drivers. Figueroa has got a fair turn of speed in that kart, but now with 2 laps to go, he's gonna, unless he can confidently drive away from that Praga USA chassis, then he will need to be defensive, because Gourdet, this is now, it is checkered flag or bust for Branson Gourdet. But Gourdet is beginning to fall away. So Jose Maria Figueroa looks to have enough speed to comfortably take 4th position, bearing in mind that any driver can make a mistake at any given time. But Ben Gaunt, going through the screen there, that pink crash helmet and cosmic race suit on, that Fox and Son Racing liveried machine, the Fox and Son team here. So what is Ben is he's running a cosmic chassis, which kind of makes sense in that respect. But Figueroa, there he is, the driver on the bubble, coming out of turn number 3, up inside into turn number 4 now. Figueroa, based out of the Dominican Republic, so Santo Domingo has got a huge amount of drivers here. They're all with a very strong following, especially on the live chat. So Santo Domingo must be pretty empty at the moment, and those that are still there are be glued to their internet screens watching this develop. Can we get the Dominican driver into the main event? At the moment, it looks like we can. Here, meanwhile, is your race leader, the HM Propeller driver, William Boutillier, who has actually pulled a bit of a healthy advantage over Aidan Lorenko. But it could be a case of hue and breathe for the likes of Boutillier, Lorenko, Gaunt and Figueroa. There's Gaunt, there's Figueroa. Branson Gourdet is far too far back to make an impression. It's all down to whether any of the top 4 make a mistake now, because we seem to have our provisional LCQ qualifiers. William Boutillier, Aidan Lorenko, Ben Gaunt and Jose Maria Figueroa. In turn number 9 goes Figueroa in 4th position. Gaunt takes a long look over his shoulder. He ducks his head down to say, yes, done it. Dragged my mother all the way from New York to Florida, and at least I'm going to make it into the main event. And Boutillier, meanwhile, takes the checkered flag from Aidan Lorenko, and now we wait. It's going to be Gaunt, and he's happy with 3rd, hand in the air, and then it is Figueroa in 4th, Gourdet, Craig, Grenier, and the first of the Benets. In fact, there goes William Bennett. Autumn Fisher passes Edouard Binet on the last lap, and sadly Michael Boyadzis fails to finish again. The Dan Devereaux Racing driver has had no luck whatsoever, and well, if there's going to be a silver lining, that means he's got a choice of very good tyres for the pre-final tomorrow. So unofficially, Boutillier, Lorenko, Gaunt and Figueroa are your qualifiers for the senior final. And now the grids are set unofficially, of course, subject to post-race tech scrutineering, as we say in Europe. A little bit of a look back at some of the previous results from this morning. Now, we saw an excellent Max Masters race earlier won on track by Mundi Loya. Unfortunately, Mundi had a pushback bumper. There was also a pushback bumper penalty for Rubens Barrichello and a 5-second penalty for contact for Nicolas Pico, and it meant that it was David Leplante, Laurentiu Mardan and Ariel Castro was the final top 3 results of Max Masters. No change in the DD2 results, although Harley Keeble retired with a broken gearbox. So the 2-speed DD2 kart was a no-speed DD2 kart when the Sodi decided to shed something mechanical that Harley needed. There is a look at your program for the rest of the day. Junior Rotax main event up next. That will be a 12-lap affair. No, I'm lying. It'll be a 14-lap affair. Those who playing Drink Along with Kart Chase, that's another Henry mistake. Take a shot. Micro Max and Mini Max will be 12-lap races, and then 16 laps for DD2, Masters and Seniors. Why, may you ask, has the race order been changed? Well, it's simply because we need to give the 4 last chance qualifiers from Senior enough time to get their karts ready, and because Harley Keeble is doing 2 classes, we need to have a race in between. Last week we had a driver, Max Mokaram, doing Mini Max and Junior Max, so we made sure we had a race in between those 2 classes. Sadly, Max injured his wrist last week and isn't here this weekend, so that's something we don't have to factor into the timetable. But yes, anytime a driver is doing 2 classes, then we must put a race in between the two drivers, the driver's 2 races that he or she are participating in, just to give that driver enough time to go from the tech area onto the pre-grid before the pre-grid closes. And also on a day like this, you need to make sure the drivers are hydrated, etc., etc. So 4 drivers go into into the main event. Sadly, at the moment, the day is over for Branson Gaudet, Corbin Craig, Maud Grenier, William Bennett, Autumn Fisher, Edward Bennett, and Michael Boyadzis.
Time for main event action here from Orlando. Junior Max onto the racetrack. All 30 drivers from our pre-final. And what a day for Pierce Wade. Pole in qualifying. And, well, he gets to lead us off to green here in the main event. Alongside him, Turner Brown, misspelled by timing and scoring, but Turner Brown on the SCR Red Speed joins him on the outside of row number 1. Fausto Arnado starts on the inside of row number 2 alongside Victor de Alencar.
On row number 3, Charlie Smith and Jackson Walney, Antoine Lemieux and Ty Fisher round out the top 8.
Then rounding your top 10, it's an all-SCR row 5. Nathan Dupuis went backwards in the opening pre-final, but he led laps over last weekend and was fast early on. On the other end, moving up the grid, was Carson Weinberg from tail end Charlie to 10th. And then row 6, Felipe Jesus Benito and Edward Kennedy.
Max Weiland on the only Magic kart here at the Rotax Winter Trophy this weekend starts at the inside of row number 7 alongside Green Privateer, Chase Gassio-Lee, Lillian Scarborough and Davin Roberts from Mooresville, North Carolina on row number 8. The top 20 rounded out by Frederick Manning and Salvador Della Vecchia, Louis Thomas Pelletier and Alejandro Vasquez Gomez round out your top 20 on what should be a 29 kart grid.
Here's the final few rows going all the way back to Kenny Rogers there, and then even then with Tiziano Rosso Orcel listed, not here.
No, he is
here.
My
So
bad.
there we go, 30 drivers indeed. But we get set to go. Your favorite drivers starting somewhere in the mix of those 15 rows. On the inside of the white helmet is Pierce Wade. The outside in the blue helmet on the black and white red speed, Turner Brown. No green that time by. The green was up in the air above the flagman. It did not drop. So we are not underway yet.
Did look as though the outside row were caught napping a little bit, whether they were caught napping or whether the pole sitter, Pierce Wade, made a bit of a jump. You can understand a little bit of nerves from Pierce Wade. I know you're a driver that you'll be more familiar with than myself, but putting himself on pole position for an event of this caliber, you can appreciate that he wants to be a little bit keen to get started, but not too keen.
And again, typically you get one mulligan. You can try to push the limits a little bit on the start. Maybe in Pierce's case, try to be a little bit early to power on the first time by. If they don't like it, okay, now I need to kind of, get back closer inside coloring the lines.
The other thing we didn't see how much of a helping hand that Pierce was getting from the driver starting directly behind him. It could have been
No doubt.
Not Pierce's fault. It was the driver starting in P3 trying to get a jump in the air. You can see just peeking out behind the pole sitting Kart there is the championship leader Fausto Ornado looking to try and salvage or continue to salvage what started as a poor day but seems to be getting better and better. But don't forget, Fausto has to start tomorrow's pre-final from 29th place. So he knows he's going to probably be giving away points to his championship rivals in tomorrow's pre-final at least. So he wants to maximise the advantage he can take while the starting position he has is reasonable.
Yeah, so let's see if he can take advantage of it this time around. Attempt number 2 for the Junior Max drivers. Our first main event of the afternoon, trying to get underway for 14 laps around Orlando Kart Center. Let's go for the second time. This one looks a little bit more even. To the line, we're green. And wow, we had a couple drivers break formation early in the back. Look at Fausto Ornado there on the blue and white AJF Kart Republic, trying to make up ground, nearly got to the lead. He ends up second. Turner Brown got the worst, but he's back to fourth. Dupuis up to fifth. And we've got a 2x2 swarm headed through turns 5 and 6, but the majority of the field has survived the opening half lap.
A remarkably good, clean start there from our junior drivers. We head through the turn 7-8 complex. There was a move. That was the Nash Motorsport Kart. That was Charlie Smith, I believe, moving into P2. They're still chasing Pierce Wade, and here comes the first of the Speed Concept Racing karts into P3 now. That was number 215. That was Turner Brown.
Yeah, that was a nice recovery move there. And you saw right before the camera cut was Charlie Smith looking to go to the lead. Couldn't quite pull the move off. So a lap in, Charlie Smith right on about 4 car lengths away from Pierce Wade after that mistake. And that was a savior for Turner Brown as he got by Fausto Ornado and didn't end up losing a net gain of much. As what a move there by Antoine Lemieux to the inside for fourth.
Yeah, Lemieux on that purple and chrome Racing Edge Motorsport kart there moves into P4. I believe that is for Lemieux. Dupuis runs fifth. No, De Alencar runs in 6th position. And De Alencar was looking for P5 there. Then you've got Walney, Ty Fisher, Weiland, Scarborough, Della Vecchia, Weinberg, and the rest all the way back to 29th position on the circuit. That would be tail end Charlie at the 30th position on track as well. I think that is Tiziano Orcel.
Look at Jackson Wolney getting shuffled out a little bit out of the line there. It looked like he drops all the way back outside to 10th, just ahead of Salvador de la Vecchia, who was the kid who crossed the line first on last weekend Saturday Main before it got scrubbed. He ended up in the top 5 the next week as new leader. Now nearly new one in second. Turner Brown trying to go right behind Charlie Smith, who has made that successful bid for the lead on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. So the blue and chrome now leads us out of 8, and Brown on the second try gets it done on Pierce Wade. He moves up to P2, Wade back to 3rd. Nathan Dupuis trying to make up some points here with Fausto Ornado fading in this main. 4th, look at Fausto, back and forth with Ty Fisher, who's going to get back clear on that Race Lab Karting TB.
So yesterday when I spoke to Ty Fisher in qualifying, I asked him what that TB kart was handling like, and he said, it's good in the mornings when it's cooler. When it gets warmer in the afternoons, we can't seem to find the setup. I've got to say, I think they found the setup because now Fisher is actually going forward in the heat of the afternoon. You made a comment earlier, Xander, that the start of the day was somewhat cool. Oh, and there's a problem for one of the Nash karts. That's 229, Charlie Smith. Oh, what a shame. Smith out of the race.
Charlie Smith was on the cusp of a major national victory here in junior, leading, and the engine package fails for Charlie as he pulls off to the side, and you can feel the heartbreak for that young man out of California. He had such a good run going. Now let's go backwards through the rest of the field as there's contact further back, about a crash halfway down the back straightaway, collected at about 3 cars while there was all kinds of passing going into turn 10.
Yeah, that was Salvador Della Vecchia on the San Antonio Racing entry, making sort of, getting interlocked with Max Weiland on the Magic kart. Weiland there getting help through turn number 1 from Davin Roberts in the Ryan Perry Motorsport kart, although it's pretty much a privateer effort this weekend. Roberts up the inside of another driver going into turn number 4. It was Cole Medeiros and Mannix Donnelly. Donnelly, the BBR driver, the Falcon kart that were involved in that incident halfway down the back stretch. And we look there, that was Chase Castillo-Lee, I believe, but up at the front, Turner Brown, Pierce Wade, and Nathan Dupuis lead the way.
And again, watch this here in turn 10. There was all that dust caked onto the racetrack for the first few drivers to navigate through into the hairpin. And I think the dust may still be on the tires of Pierce Wade as you saw him really sliding coming on the exit of turn 13. And Turner Brown's lead now up to half a second back to Wade and Dupuis. Here's a group further back with the likes of Dayalen Carr, Roberts involved all right around that 8th, 9th, 10th bracket as Dupuis makes the move stick for P2 down in turn 5.
Now Wade did a great job in qualifying, did a great job in race number 1 of leading out from the front. Now he doesn't have that option, he is in a bun fight. And there we go, how sharp are his elbows? The answer is sharp enough to take second place back from Nathan Dupuis. Oh, look at that. Wheel to wheel, no distance. You could see the smoke pouring off those Mojo tires as they briefly interlocked. But Dupuis hangs tough, and it's a speed concept. 1-2 at the front on lap 6 out of 14.
Yeah, down the front straightaway now. Let's see what the margin is to Turner Brown. Can Nathan Dupuis track down his teammate? It is just under a second. 9/10 between the pair here, right around the halfway marker. 6 down, 8 to go. The move there for third. Antoine Lemieux now onto the podium. It's Canadian versus Canadian for the final spot on the box as things stand. And Pierce Wade, our top qualifier and pre-final winner, he's fading here in the middle part of this final.
Yes, Quebec's Antoine Lemieux goes against Pierce Wade in the 228 kart, a fellow Canadian, but Pierce based out of Burlington, Ontario. And at the moment, Quebecois is in front of Ontario, but how long will that last? Pierce Wade certainly likes that move going into turn number 9, Xander.
Yeah, that was a nice move there for him to get back by. Then, of course, Lemieux answered in turn 10. So the fight rages on here with 7 now complete, 7 laps to go. Ty Fisher's in 5th. Then you go to De La Vecchia, who has clawed his way to 6th. And then this group, Jackson Wolney in 7th. All the way back to the likes of Davin Roberts and Fausto Arnato, 9th and 10th. Dayalen Carr as well, but back up here to Lemieux and Pierce Wade.
Yes, indeed. Wade now trying to battle back onto the podium. Here comes Fausto Arnado to the inside of Davin Roberts in the number 205 car. Well, Roberts in the 232, Arnado in the 205. That's for 8th position. And the championship leader not having the best of runs here. A year ago, an Argentine driver, Camilo Trapper, was in charge and in control of the junior championship in the Winter Trophy at the end of the first weekend, and then it all went wrong when we came here for Orlando for rounds 3 and 4. Are we going to see history repeat itself? Brown, Dupuis, Lemieux, Wade and Fisher with Della Vecchia at clear. Volney in 7th. This is now the battle for 8th place. Arnado's going to struggle to hold on to a place in the top 10 because that cart at the moment, Xander, does not look happy.
Yeah, not at all here. And this is the last thing you'd want on the last day you'd want it to happen with the points boost today for Fausto Arnado. This is going to make climbing himself out of that hole tomorrow twice as tough. He'd much rather have a bad day on Sunday this week, as Jackson Wolney having a good recovery here in this main event. He was way back there through the opening couple laps, and the SCR Red Speed is now up around Ty Fisher, chasing Salvador de la Vecchia towards a potential top 5 result with 5 laps to go.
Yes, indeed. Outside the top 10, to Alan Carr runs 11th. Wyland is 12th. Then it is Pereira, Manning, Maddie Grace, Rainey Guzman, Chase Gassio-Lee, and the rest. We've still got 27 drivers running. Sadly, we've lost Edward Kennedy, the Canadian driver in the Energy Course USA entered kart. Here's David Roberts in the number 232. David's got a very European driving style. He uses a lot of opposite lean in the karts when he gets into the corner, just transferring a little bit of weight across the one end of the seat to the other. Does that make a difference, I hear you ask? Well, it makes a small difference, and in karting, very small differences could have big implications. Such is the close nature of this sport.
Down the front stretch this time, 4 laps to go. Jackson Wolney still closing in on De La Vecchia. Roberts, right after being on screen, must have taken the cue to go faster. Fastest on the racetrack for Davin Roberts at a 54.929. Fausto Arnado now next up to challenge him. Carson Weinberg, who caught me walking through the building at the lunch break and said, Xander, you need to talk about me more. Hard charger, started last in the pre-final, drove up the field. Now he's looking for a further spot in the top 10 as he passes the championship points leader and round 1 winner, Carson Weinberg, to 9th. Here with Victor de Alencar lurking in to maybe take over 10th.
I've got to say that Weinberg will be the toast of his Speed Concept Racing teammates, Brown and Dupuis. That move took more points off the championship leader, Fausto Arnado. Brown and Dupuis are 2 of Arnado's closest rivals in the point standings. Della Vecchia is up into 5th position after the tigering drive from the Venezuelan from Puerta de la Cruz, and it's Wade still 4th. Lemieux on course for yet another podium here in the Winter Trophy.
Yeah, Antoine Lemieux is just safe enough from Pierce Wade right now for 3rd and 4th that he should be pretty set and certain. There is Brown through to Dupuis, and then P3 and P4 separated by a good bit. If anything, Antoine Lemieux is chasing down Nathan Dupuis. Nobody, though, chasing down Turner Brown. Chico headed for 2 laps to go in what has been a dominant run here in this Junior Max main event, Henry, as he adds on to that gap again.
Yeah, you said something last weekend. Is it every weekend that Turner Brown has raced in since the start of November? He's either had a win or a podium.
He's had at least 1 win every weekend. You count the Supernats, you count the SCUSA Winter Series, you count last weekend. Granted, last weekend I think was the first one without it. He was chasing down Fausto Arnado, and of course Saturday, all of that day was scrubbed, but De La Vecchia won. So Saturday broke that streak, but if you go on consecutive podiums now, consecutive podiums for Turner Brown, dating back to the Supernats, and might even go further back for his podium prior to that. But as they come out of turn number 10, well, this group here way back, battling outside the top 10. Here is our leading man, headed for the white flag. 1 lap to go for the SCR Red Speed of Turner Brown. Final lap, and the battle for second is not done. His teammate, Nathan Dupuis, has Antoine Lemieux closing in on him right now, only 2 car lengths away as they head for turn number 4.
Into turn number 4 we head. Lemieux chasing Dupuis hard. Not close enough to make a lunge under braking. Dupuis holding firm halfway round the final lap. This battle is going on your screens, 1.5 seconds behind race leader and potential race winner, maybe even new championship leader, as Dupuis has a little nibble. Sorry, that was Lemieux having a nibble on Dupuis, but Turner Brown, right when he needed it the most, comes up, trumps. Oh, there's Mannix Donnelly's kart being pushed off to one side. Past the yellow flags though, one corner from home for Turner Brown.
Out of the final turn, it'll be a big championship point swing. Turner Brown, hands in the air. He dominates the Junior Max Main here for round number 2. And 150% points haul multiplier is going to make a serious dent in the championship standings for him and for his teammate Nathan Dupuis, who celebrates an SCR 1-2-5 back to Jackson Wolney. Antoine Lemieux completes the podium on the REM Cosmic with a solid drive and the fastest lap of the race on the final lap around. Pierce Wade, our top qualifier, winning the pre-final. Still a very respectable 4th for a driver who is just establishing himself here in the United States as the Canadian has only made a handful of starts down here with the Prime Power team. Jackson Wolney again 5th. De La Vecchia, Ty Fisher, Davin Roberts with a good charge forward. Carson Weinberg 9th. Fausto Arnado is fast early, but unfortunately here today just missing a little bit on that AJF Racing Kart Republic. He ends up ahead of Victor De Alencar in the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart, and then on down through your top 15 of Manning, Weiland, Gassiet, Lee, hold station in 14th after driving all the way up there in the pre-final. And here you have the rest of the field, 26 finishers. Mannix Donnelly with issues along with Kennedy and Benito. But the heartbreak for Charlie Smith, you can feel just the amount of emotion that was flowing through him to both get to the lead, fight for the win, and be on the cusp of what, if I recall correctly, would be his first career national win. I may be mistaking 1 or 2 majors from the West Coast last year, so my apologies to him, but it would be a major victory for Charlie Smith and a budding talent, and he breaks down out of the lead.
Yeah, I know you missed the first weekend, so you know the championship is not an option, so you're only here basically to win as many races as you can. He was on course to do that when something broke. That, however, ladies and gentlemen, karting for you. It gives with one hand, he takes it away with another. It's going to be Micromax up next.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
One main event down, 5 more still to roll here as we got problems already on the pace lap. Josh Bergman, one of your top starters, has spun around coming into turn number 9. He's slated to start on the 3rd row and 6. Hopefully he can get back there. Luckily, there is a full warm-up lap for the micro drivers. On the pole, though, Dominic Vera, after the dust settled in that pre-final on the Energy Courses Racing America AKT Racing Team number 4, will be joined by Marina Brandau, who was so close to getting the pre-final win. 12 thousandths separated them at the line. Row 2's got an all-Sodi lockout of Bernardo Goubert and Zane Burgess, who was battling for the lead on the final lap with Josh Bergman, and the two of them ended up going around. They did get back going to start still decently well, and joining Josh Bergman on row 3 will be the SCR Red Speed, or SCR Kart Republic of Alonso Gonzalez, who just watched his junior teammates go 1-2-5. He starts in 5th. Let's see if he can't bring a second Speed Concepts win home, or will it be a Sodi one, or maybe one more as we go back to row 4 here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Sebastian Baroa and Cristobal Ricci are the 4th row drivers. Charles Teo making his debut in Rotax Winter Trophy this year, and Luca Minosi round out your top 10. Further back, look out for Kimo Ahmad, podium finisher in round 1. Nolan Goulart, very strong performance on the Mike Doty, Brandon Jarzakrak racing Lando Norris car, and also Jose Maria Rivera. Not going to see Jose Maria fight for the lead here, but we want to see Jose Maria get some laps in. He retired in the opening lap of the pre-final, so he hasn't done a racing lap today.
Hopefully he'll get one in here. And again, Hudson Howard listed down in 16th. I don't believe here this weekend, or is he here, Henry?
Who's
you
that?
know?
Sorry, Hudson
Howard is here.
Hudson's here. Oh yeah, Hudson Howard here. Hudson Howard is here. Let's try and say that after a couple of beverages.
Well, hopefully at least none so far for us, because we've got 5 more mains to go, but they are way out of lane.
Hey, that was
wow. That was a little bit out of sorts to go to the green the first time by.
He's got the white nose cone. Ah, that was, well, I mean, Alonso Gonzalez, he started the pre-final stone last, and was obviously did very, very well to make his way up into the top 5 in the pre-final, and thought, I mean, he likes hearing you going your 2 for 1, but he wanted to go. He's probably said, "Oh, Santa's never said 5 for 1, so we'll try for that." a quick announcement. I know this broadcast is going out onto the circuit. Let's try and maintain. There's some fences up here that a couple of our crafty competitors have found a shortcut through the paddock, through the fences, that some of the officials here at Orlando Kart Centre have now put a stop to, shall we say. So let's respect the circuit and their barriers.
Yeah, Orlando Kart Center's got a full setup here, and again, a lot of organization. This track is been constantly under development here for the last, and there, oh wow, speaking of respect, how about respect the race director? Manuel Blanco saying, kids, what was that? Because that was, they had been so good to their credit here. Yep. Knock on wood to this point here today. The Micromaxes struggled to get a lot of starts in last weekend. In fact, they needed to be stopped and kind of given a little scolding. But in the pre-final, it was great off the jump. And let's see, can Marina Brandau and Dominic Vera do a clean one here this time? They weren't really at fault. It was a lot of the drivers further back jumping out of lane, like Alonso Gonzalez and company, that were so eager to get this race started. But they've got 12 laps. Plenty of time for the micro drivers to put some moves on. They had a fantastic pre-final, and Alonso again.
He's got again. He's got again.
And the flagman almost kind of halfway dropped the flag, but the yellows are out, so I don't think we're green.
I got to say, you know, I laughed there, but Alonso now does need to be careful. You know, every race there's, you know, chances. The race director now is being very kind to Alonso Gonzalez. He could have just said, you know what, I'm going to let you go, but you got a penalty, and there are the red flags. Yep. Now, so Alonso, he finished 10th last weekend, the Dominican driver. He's just seen his teammates Turner Brown and Nathan Dupuis finish 1-2. So his adrenaline will be flowing. He'll be thinking, okay, I'm not going to do a Dominican accent because there's lots of them here. They'll all beat me up. But he's saying, okay, I want to kind of do just what my my older brothers in the team have done. So I'm raring to go. And to be fair, he's saying, I can see a gap. And what did the late great Ayrton Senna say? When you see a gap but no longer go for it, you are no longer a racing driver. Well, there's a reason there's a gap there, Alonso. That's because the race hasn't started yet. He's probably thinking, do I go when the green flag goes up or go down? I'll go when it goes up and we'll see what happens. But we'll see now. I've got a feeling that Manuel Branco will invite Alonso for an audience of one.
Yeah, and question here, Henry, maybe you can give me a little bit of expertise. At this point, we've seen in the myriad of different series that we broadcast and structures, oftentimes if there's one troublemaker, they may send him to the rear of the grid. Yeah, is that at the discretion for Manuel Blanco here?
It is at Manuel Blanco's discretion. There's nothing in the regulations saying after 2 false start attempts, the leaders will go to the back. Now you can see this is what we call the game of the famous game, Shut Up and Listen, where the drivers are invited to shut up and listen as the race director tells them how to start a go-kart race. This will now be the final call. Big shout out, One Shot Jay in the background there. By the way, just thought I'd say. Manuel is lots of different languages. We've got drivers here from Peru, Colombia, Dominican Republic, Canada, USA, Brazil, Ecuador, 7 nations. Of course, these drivers 7, 8, 9 years old. So hand gestures and slow, clear rollickings and what thing. And look at Hudson Howard. He keen to get back to his go-kart is Hudson Howard. To get going again. I know that there's a few issues with that kart yesterday. The Dad Jay and the Dan Devereaux racing team all working very hard. And Hudson, whilst Manuel is talking to Dominic Vieira and Marina Brandau, and I know he's speaking to Portuguese to Marina. That I went past the Premier Karting tent last night, and there was one of the senior members of the Premier Karting staff busy trudging around with some very full trash cans as several members of the Premier Karting driving staff were kicking a soccer ball around outside the thing. And joining in, being, the Anglo-English driver that he is, was Hudson Howard. And I said, drivers, look at this man here. He spent all day looking after you while you raced your go-karts, and now you're letting him pull the trash out. Why don't some of you help him clear the trash? Hudson Howard, who's not a member of the Premier Karting team, went, okay, he grabbed the trash can as the Premier Karting drivers went, I said, well, Hudson, it's not a warning. Maybe when you clean up the rubbish at the Dan Devereaux race morning. But just go, a very polite young man, and Hudson's very keen to get in his go-kart.
Yeah, he's ready, and it looks like they're all back in and under power. So lots of viewers tuning in from all around the world as well to match the international audience we have here for the RMC Winter Trophy from Brazil to Sacramento, California, and beyond. We thank you all for joining us here on this sunny Orlando afternoon. Temps have warmed up now to the lower 70 degrees Fahrenheit here. It's back to that sunny Central Florida weather that we're used to at this time of year. Dominic Vera and Marina Brando have us at a crawl, though, and again, they don't necessarily need to at this point in the lap, but setting the pace this early again. Really, the pace wasn't the issue in either one of those starts. It was simply tram lanes, and like you said, Henry, with all the different languages that some of these young drivers may only speak, Manuel Blanco doing a very good job of communicating racer sign language.
Yes. And the two safety cars there on row number 2. You did that already once in the pre-final. It didn't work very well, but they want to get close together. I've got a feeling we're going to have quite a slow start.
Yeah, I think so as well, which again, hopefully will be nice and safe down by turn number 1. For Dominic Vera and Marina Brando, there's another one of the RMC officials saying, hey, boys and girls, keep it nice and slow, nice and easy out of the final corner. For Vera on the inside and the yellow helmet on the Energy. On the outside, again, the orange and white Praga Brandau Motorsport U-Race machine of Marina. And again, Alonso's out of line early. This time he might get a penalty, but he's nearly, and he is going to get to the lead in turn number 1. So at least for now, before scrutineering gets involved, Alonso Gonzalez leads us down to turn 5.
You know what? In the history of jump starts, that has to be on the all-time Hall of Fame. But Alonso Gonzalez, well, they'll look back. He may not have jumped the start. Who knows? But whatever it is, from 5th to 1st, and Alonso Gonzalez now trying to clear off Dominic Vera, probably looking around going, oh, we are racing, aren't we? Okay, let's go. To be fair, Gonzalez was consistent. He warned every other driver, this is what I'm going to do. I've done it twice already. I've done it again. This time, we're racing. Now it's down to his rivals to try and peg him back.
Well, they've got 11 1/4 laps to do it as we come to put 1 lap in the books. Alonso Gonzalez leads our field there down the front straightaway. Dominic Vera already closing back in with a big run towards the first corner. Bernardo Goubert, Zane Burgess, and all lined up through turns 1 and 2 as they head for turn number 5.
Yeah, the Jamaican sensation, Zane Burgess there in P4, and chasing Bernardo Goubert as we go through turn number 4 on lap number 2 out of 12. But Vera, now you can see Gonzalez head down. They're all hunching down behind the NASA panels, trying to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. We go into turn number 9, and the top 3, 6, 7, 8, well, nearly the whole field still well put together. And Vera now to the inside, put Dominic Vera from Chia, Colombia into P1.
So now as Gonzalez goes side by side with Burgess for 3rd, he'll hold that spot into the S's. Burgess quickly makes a nice move down the inside in turn 13. And Marina Brando lining up on the inside to follow Zane as he gets clear of Alonso. Here comes Josh Bergman. They're going to line up and both get clear on Alonso by turn number 1 and shuffling back to about the 6th or 7th spot. Next up will be another one of the U-Race and Energy drivers. It's Cristobal Riccio as there goes Marina Brando to the inside. And Alonso Gonzalez, very aggressive, getting by Josh Bergman there in turn number 5. Cost him a lot of spots.
Yeah, indeed. So Bergman, the Miami-based driver, dad from London, England, and he's going to have to show some British grit now to get back up to the front. But it's Vera from Goubert, then Brandau, and Zane Burgess. Now, speaking to Zane's dad, Kevin, earlier on, and he said that Zane, he prefers to be coming from the back. He likes to fight his way through the pack. Some drivers, they like to lead out from the front. Others, they like the fights, the scrap up through the field. Burgess is definitely amongst the latter of that those two options. Goubert chasing Dominic Vera. So Dominic Vera seems very, very comfortable being the former, leading from the front. The pressure doesn't get to him. He can just carry on doing what he's doing. Goubert has now got to try and close down. Now we've still got, please ignore the graphic there on the second one, not on lap 2 anymore. So our ticker seems to have frozen. There is an ice cream truck in the paddock that no one has bought any for us at the Kart Chaser commentary booth. Hint, hint, hint. But anyway, Vera continues to lead.
Yeah, Dominic Vera on the Energy Courses America machine, still leading by a car length right now as they head out of the hairpin and towards the S's. So Marina Brandau, she's got a lot of ground to make up, and Bernardo Goupert, unfortunately, isn't doing her any favors because he can't close up to Dominic at all right now. This time by 4 laps complete, and 8 laps to go here in the Micromax main event. Dominic Vera's lead at about half a second. It opened up that time by the start-finish line straight, so a big run forward for Dominic Vera to add on to the margin.
Yes, apologies, we can't bring you the ticker right now. It is not a Kart Chaser issue. It is an issue above our station, so we can tell you that we are on lap number 5 now, and the full order is Vera from Goubert, from Brandau and Burgess, then Riccio, Goulet, Gonzalez, Bergman, Ahmad, Minosi, Baroa, Teo, Pelletier, Rivera, Howard and Kennefic. That's your 16 drivers that are still running, and there's a move. That's Kimo Ahmad up into what would be P9. He was down in 10th, and Gonzalez, well, very fast at the start, extremely quick moving up through the field in the pre-final, now going the other way in the main event.
Yeah, now with the halfway marker approaching here, Bernardo Goubert has picked up the pace a little bit. Last time by, it was a 60.61 for Goubert, a 60.69 for Dominic Vera. So 3/10 from 4/10 the lap prior. That was a nice little gain as we watched Josh Bergman work the rear bumper of Cristobal Riccio. He should be close enough for a move there. That would put Bergman back up to 6th, back to where he started this main, but we know he's had speed to run a lot better than that as Burgess side by side with Brando after sending it in turn 9. Door to door down the backstretch. Behind him, you can see Bergman poking out a line as well for 6th. And here comes Bergman to the inside of Riccio. He'll get clear there while Burgess, with a nice over-under, gets clear on Marina Brandau safely and officially moves into 3rd.
Yes, indeed. Now, I said earlier that, of course, we've never had a Jamaican driver qualify for the grand finals. Alex Powell was not a Rotax racer. He would be the only other option. We had a driver called Senna Summerbell race in a guest class at the 2018 Rotax Grand Finals. That wasn't in one of the main events. Now, of course, in the Grand Finals, you represent the nation that you get your race license from. So if Zane Burgess has got a Jamaican Karting Federation race license, then he's free to represent Jamaica. Should he qualify, he raced a lot of different classes, as do so many of these young drivers. They race Rock, they race Ayami, they race a number, KA, Swift, but Zane apparently does like the Rotax engine, enjoys the package, and he's got a good package underneath him with the Sodi USA team. He's got a very good package behind him now, because the Brandau Motorsport U-Race Praga entry of Marina Brandau bearing down, trying to push the very diminutive Zane Burgess up towards the 2 leaders. And to be fair, Goubert driving very sensibly, not battling with Vera, and that is allowing them to open up a 2.3 second gap on this lap 8 out of 12.
But to Vera's credit, he's kept Goubert away up until now. Bernardo finally close enough to challenge him again, while 3rd and 4th stay close together as well. The gap back 2.3 seconds, and this is going to make it bigger as Marina Brandau goes down the inside of Zane Burgess. She'll reclaim 3rd, and don't look now, but Nolan Goulart is starting to roll. He picked up a little bit of time on those 2 last time by. Only drivers quicker than Nolan Goulart were the 2 leaders and Josh Bergman. He was quicker than 3rd and 4th last time by. He's almost into the tow range, as is Burgess. But when we get back to the start-finish line straight, there's not a lot of time left. This may be a mano-a-mano battle for the race win, because we've got 8 laps complete now, and that scoreboard will show 4 laps to go for Dominic Vera and Bernardo Goubert through turns 1 and 2.
Yes, indeed. Now the gap back to set 3rd place is 2.8 seconds. There, the ticker is back. You can see for yourselves. All 16 drivers that started this race still running, all the way back to Grayson Kennefic in the number 23 entry. But Goubert is going to start. Now you can see he's a little bit closer than he has been the last couple of laps. Are we going to see him make a move at the end of Scrapyard Straight on this occasion? Now, Vera doesn't look over his shoulder, moves a kart length to the inside. That might make Goubert think twice about a move. He doesn't make it. The gap still 2.8 seconds back to Brandau. When we start seeing Vera look over his shoulder, that's when we know that Vera is thinking about defense more than offense, and that will be Goubert's signal thing. Okay, now it's my time to go. Into turn number 1. On lap 10 out of 12. They're pulling away from Brandau and Burgess. Bergman's up into 5th again. Goulet's a 6th. Riccio, Ahmed, Gonzalez and Baroa, the rest of the top 10. Turn number 4, time ticking away. Goubert is keeping his cards close to his chest, as it were.
Yeah, he is definitely still right there and ready to make a move if he's probably about a half car length closer, but this may be as close as he gets. He'll need to get really aggressive. The nice part of Orlando Kart Center, 2 very long braking zones that are very inviting to send it from way far back. One of them was right there at turn 10. He wasn't close enough for that one, but he might be close enough if he gets a good run onto the front stretch for turn number 5, because that sweeping corner takes the line all the way to the outside of the track, and it really just opens the door for someone to try and go down the inside.
Gotta say, though, a really good last half a lap for Dominic Vera. He's opened up a 3 kart length lead now over Goubert as we start the penultimate lap. So here's the second big braking zone you were talking about, Xander. But Bernardo Goubert not close enough by any stretch of the imagination to even think about a move. Now does Goubert close up through the fast sweeping section at turn number 7. It's where that Sony karts look good, but Vera just edging him away. So the AKT team, the Energy Course USA outfit that Vera runs for, are going to be standing on the fences, because a win last weekend, a 1.5 points win this weekend, that could send Vera halfway to Italy.
Yeah, that would be massive to get a ticket already in the bag. One of the first opportunities in the world, the first opportunity in the world to punch your ticket to Sarno to go to the Rotax Grand Finals. 1 lap remains for Dominic Vera to complete a perfect run on Saturday for the race sessions. A pre-final win, 75 points, 150 up for grabs for this main. And again, he's able to take a normal line. Goubert a little bit wide, just off the apex in 5 that time. Not what he needed. Back for 3rd. The battle's opened up. Look at Burgess defending low from Marina Brandau. Here comes Josh Bergman in 5th, trying to get there as Brandau takes over 3rd.
Yeah, that was a good over-under move there by Marina Brandau. Burgess had committed to the inside. Burgess commits to the inside again at turn number 9. And look at this, suddenly with 3 corners to go, they're side by side for 3rd. Goubert's not finished yet either. Brandau to P3. Oh, Goulart.
Goulart around there in turn 10, but Dominic Vera is well on his way to Sarno right now as there's contact back for 3rd again. Here comes Bergman as Vera wins round 2. Goubert 2nd, and Josh Bergman steals one on the final lap to get 3rd at the line. Brandau 4th, Burgess 5th. Burgess sent it down the inside into that final corner, and it bogged him and Marina down so much that Josh Bergman, on what was probably a bit of a frustrating day, having the pace of his teammate Goubert to run near the front, Josh Bergman ends up in 3rd. But how about it for Dominic Vera in the point standings? The AKT Energy boys and girls are going to be ecstatic after a day like today and the way this championship has gone. Dominic Vera will have a commanding points lead going into the final round tomorrow.
Yeah, the 8-year-old driver from Chia. He's not on the plane to Sarno yet, but with Bernardo Gube, who finished 16th in the final last weekend, and you could see he was given the love symbol as he crossed the line there, the heart symbol, celebrating second position. Bergman finishing third. Marina Brandau, she'll be disappointed. Her and Zane Burgess, they raced each other very, very hard on the last lap. They raced each other off the podium, and Josh Bergman was extremely pleased to pick up the pieces there. But wow, great drive from Dominic Vieira. It would have been nice to see Bernardo Gube maybe make one move, but on the flip side of the coin, 16th last week, a podium today. He knows that the championship's over. A win would have been great, but a podium with another round to go tomorrow, that's going to make the young Brazilian-based, Italian-born driver feel very happy indeed.
It definitely brings him a lot of confidence going into the final round on everything run back. Let's take a commercial break, folks. We've got 4 more mains still to roll. Mini-Max will be ready when we return. Actually, let's check that. They're on the racetrack already. We are rolling straight into the Mini-Max driver field, so we'll wait on that break till after the third main event because it's time for the next age group. They were so amped and ready, we barely had time to clear the racetrack of the micros. Albert Friend will lead us off here as he tries to continue his points run in an uphill battle after a DNF in the pre-final in round 1, a second place in the main from dead last. He has a much easier starting spot, the complete opposite end of the grid from the pole here for round 2 alongside Royce Vega. I
apologize to all the Strawberry Racing British fans watching. I have not been able to get out in the paddock to check what colour coordination George Friend is wearing with his baseball cap and his midlife crisis basketball trainers. That's Albie's dad, who has to have the same colour baseball cap as his trainers, or otherwise he gets very upset. So I haven't got the colour coordination. It was blue when they went to Disney. It was orange yesterday. Meanwhile, it's Friend and Vega, row 1. The 2 red and white PSL karting entries of Sincere and Bayerjon on row 2.
Enzo De Janeiro has been pretty quiet so far today, but right in the mix on that Fox & Son Karting Alonso card in third. Alongside him will be Julian Rivera, who is going to try and make it 2 Energy AKT wins on the afternoon from 6. Then row 4, Santiago Perez Granados and Oliver Chasse.
Martin Luis Bertoluccini and Iago Lempen around at your top 10. Nicholas Orbeso, Massimo LaRusso, Luke Conjanabatek and Alex Chandler your top 14. Further back, Mika Baruch on the outside of row 10, and a good drive from Achilles Siperco to round out the top 20.
Here's the rest of the final few rows really quickly to find your favorite driver as we get set to go green. And already on the power, we're green down to turn 1, and Albie Friend gets a great start. Jeremy St. Cyr, big and up and over the curb into move to second. Bayarjon to third. Royce Vega, the Texan, falls back to fourth as they go side by side, the teammates. Into turn 5, Alexis Bayarjon knows he's got to work together to keep Albie Friend in tow, but at the same time, Bayarjon is also thinking championship because he won round 1 last weekend as we've got problems for one of the Brandau Motorsport U-Race machines spun in turn 5. We'll ID that driver in a moment. In the meantime, the rest of the field, including the leading quintet of 5 drivers, are headed down Scrapyard Straight.
There's Maddox Rees briefly in the 110, the Praga USA kart, and Bayerjon to the inside of his teammates Sincere for second. It was the Brazilian driver that we saw having problems, Lourenco Varela, the VBR racing driver you just saw at the side of the circuit. He is out of the race. Now, Bayerjon and Friend, and of course I spoke to both drivers. They both said, Albie Friend, he's a heck of a driver. And I spoke to Albie and he said, do you know what, Bayerjon, he's a really good driver. There's a healthy amount of respect between the two of them, but they both desperately want to beat each other. If you identify another driver that you think is the best of the rest, he's or she are the driver that you pinpoint, say, whatever else happens, I need to beat driver X because I rate him or her higher than everybody else. Sincere to the inside. Side by side for second, the 2 teammates. Bayerjon looks across, gives a little signal saying, okay, you go. And that would be, is this Rivera? 3 wide, Julian Rivera into P2. Friend takes a long look over his shoulder, saying, go on lads, you crack on. This is great news for me.
Yeah, Albie Friend very happy to take a look back and see them 3 wide for second. through turn 10. What does that open his margin to at the end of the second lap? Surprisingly, not as much as you would think. You would think it might have been more like a second. It ends up around 6 or 7 tenths there by the end of it, not even, just over half a second. So they're still within striking distance. If they can just put their differences aside for maybe 2 laps, they can get back to Albie. As you can see Jeremy St. Cyr feeling the heat from Royce Vega, defended there in 5 and 6. Now Vega fell back a little bit. He went wide, so they've kind of spread out. And Julian Rivera, he's been racing, I feel like, above his pace earlier parts of this weekend. Right now, he looks to be one of the fastest drivers.
Yeah, another driver. I spoke to him during the week, and I said, because last weekend the kart did not look that great, and I think it was Royce's sort of determination over finesse was keeping him near the sharp end. But now they have that Bennett team have sorted that Bennett chassis out, and I thought for a minute that Bayerjon was going to dive up the inside of Rivera. Friend knows he's not going to have track all to himself for long. No matter how fast you drive one of these Minimax cars, the slipstream effect just almost keeps like an accordion effect, like a spring. You just can't pull away. Every time you put a little bit out, the rest of the pack seem to close back in. But like we said earlier, Albie Friend is one of those drivers. He's happy either attacking from the back like we saw last weekend, but he's quite content to lead from the front. Rivera and Bayerjon closing in there, enjoying being the hunter, and it's the Englishman is on the menu at the front of the field, with Sincere and Vega now beginning to fall away a little bit.
Julian Rivera got a really wide entry to turn number 10, as we had one more car off on the wayside over in that corner, and it might have been Bashi Jimenez or
it was Maddox Ruiz. We've also lost Sergio Perez Granados and Emil Frey, Evan Frey, the Spirit driver out of Georgia. That was Maddox Ruiz kart there, but we've got 26 karts left in the race, and 3 of them battling for the lead.
Julian Rivera through in turn 5, tracked him down for again about a couple laps. Albie back to the inside, and this is where it's going to get exciting. It's been Julian Rivera giving us a lot of fireworks, really. Albie gave a great run from the back in the main event from round 1, but now all 3 of these drivers have been determined to lead. Nobody seems to want to work together in this group of 4 from what we've seen so far. Jeremy St. Cyr and Alexis Bayerjon, even his teammates, have not worked together well, and now they're going to send Rivera to the wayside, this time as teammates, to go to 2nd and 3rd, and Alexis Bayerjon can fully focus on race leader Albert Friend, while Royce Vega hanging right there at the end of the train. If he can get a little bit more out of that Bennett chassis, he might be able to challenge for the race win. He's in the hunt for sure as we head down to turn 1.
Cast your mind back, Xander, to the Mini Swift final at Las Vegas Supernats last November. A fantastic race, lots of lead changes from a large group of drivers. Who was the last man standing at the end? Royce Vega. And he's doing a good job here. He might not be the quickest kart on circuit, but depending on how things pan out in front of him, at least he's got a chance. However, Bayerjon is now trying to push Friend away. You said that we've got teammates not working together. I think that's a product of the fact that today is 1.5 worth the points. Normally you'd expect this on Championship Sunday. Teammates not working together, and the middle round of the championship there'd be a lot more cooperation, but with the extra points on offer, today is arguably on track more important than tomorrow.
Yeah, no question. Today is going to be probably a turning point in many class championships. This one should be included. You have 1st and 2nd from round 1, Albie Friend and Alexis Bayerjon, and for the moment, the 2 drivers who, as you mentioned, Henry, have a lot of respect for each other and only their first couple weekends together are working together nicely. That lead is over a second. They've got the opportunity to wait about 4 laps, make a 3-second gap or so back to 3rd, and nobody will touch them. And there you can see at least one mechanic on the fence. Don't know who he may have been related to, but it had to be someone in that lead group, either in the 2nd pack or the first 2, saying, oh my gosh, you guys have an opportunity to run them down, or oh my goodness, the leaders are getting away, stop passing.
Yes, indeed, and as we said earlier, again, the 2 drivers that both identify each other as their closest, strongest rival, and that's no disrespect to any of the other contenders. I mean, Julian Rivera, top 5 in the Micromax Rotax Grand Finals last year, for example. Royce Vega, like you said, a Supernats winner. But these 2 drivers, you know, this is how they're showing. Okay, different teams, different chassis, different countries, but they know that they can work together and they want to go one-on-one, mano a mano. We say mano a mano, they're 11 years old, but look at the way they're driving. They're driving with wise heads on very young shoulders, and the gap back to new third place man Jeremy St. Cyr is growing.
Yeah, St. Cyr made that move in turn 5 on Julian Rivera. Rivera has not yet gone back around him, and Julian was very quick early on, but once he got shuffled back to 4th or 5th, hasn't really made that charge back to the lead yet. So if he has it in him, now's the time. We are crossing the line to see just 4 laps remaining here in this Mini-Max main event, and another big shove from Alexis Baillargeon to Albie Friend is going to probably add to the margin. 57.16s for the pair of them. 57.11 for Jeremy St. Cyr. He's still 1.4 seconds away. So if nothing changes, I don't see 3rd, 4th, and 5th getting back into this one, Henry.
It all depends when Baillargeon makes his move. If they wait till the last lap, then you're right. No, St. Cyr, Rivera, and Vega will not have the opportunity. If Friend starts to defend on lap 10, or even, at the start of lap 11, that gives this group of karts on your screen now a lap and a half, nearly 2 laps to close back in. There's lots of overtaking going on back in the pack. You can see the Baruch is up 10. So, behind the top 5, Bertolucci is 6th, Chassé is 7th. There they are. Then it's LaRusso in 8th, followed closely by Baruch, Obrezo, Chandler, De Silva, Conja Napatak, and Waz Mosley, with Bashi Jimenez and Nicholas LaRusso next. You'll forgive us for not featuring them, but when it's such an important battle for the race win between these two title favourites, you can be forgiven for not wanting to take your eyes off it. Now there's the look from Baillargeon. He looks over his shoulder. He now thinks, he's calculating in his mind, all right, I've got 1 lap before they catch us to battle with Friend. Friend looks over his shoulder just to check that there's only 1 driver he's got to deal with. They're now calculating in their minds when to defend, when to attack, and how long they've got to attack and defend while it's just one-on-one.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time here still to play with if they want to wait to the final lap, because we've got another lap before we get there. 10 down here at the line. 2 laps to go. Jeremy St. Cyr, did he make any more of a cut into the gap? He picked up about a 10th, maybe a 10th and a quarter. It's not enough, even though he's setting fast lap times, and so is Julian Rivera, as they've slowly dropped Royce Vega bit by bit. But headed to turn 6 here this time. Albie Friend still taking a wide arc, not worrying about defending yet. He knows exactly what Alexis Baillargeon is doing. He'll probably wait until he sees the 1 lap to go signal to start defending his position and manage to keep it a 2-car fight.
Yeah, both those drivers, those look-backs there, they both decided independently, okay, we haven't got 2 laps to battle, we've only got 1 before the chasing pack catches us. And so, yeah, Baillargeon didn't attack, Friend didn't defend. We know it's going to be a last lap shootout. The question is, will it be turn 1? Will it be turn 4, turn 9, or turn 10? Baillargeon's got 4 chances. Now it's game on.
Here we go, door to door, and he just nearly wiped out in turn number 1. Baillargeon, a great save, the same for Albie Friend, and now to turn number 5. Albie's just going to go about center track, just narrowed a little bit, not too much over to turn number 6. Albie Friend by a car length. Back at 3rd and 4th. They're hustling to get there. I don't know if they'll arrive in time. It'll be close, though, Henry, as they go for 7.
Baillargeon's going to try and force Friend to defend into this corner here, which compromises Friend's run. Friend's going to be compromised up the scrapyard straight. Baillargeon to the inside. Friend just gets across the cover, and Baillargeon's going to swing out right. It's going to be the crossover. No, Albert Friend makes it sure that Baillargeon runs wide. Baillargeon's got 1 more chance. It's going to be into the final corner.
I don't know if he's close enough. This will be an aggressive send. It's just not enough. And in the same way Albie got right to his bumper back last Sunday, it is Albie winning. This time at the line, just barely over Alexis Baillargeon. The early celebration from Albert Friend nearly cost him 39 thousandths. He hangs on over Alexis Baillargeon, who could have forced the issue more in that final turn, but he opted not to, and that was a big picture move and a very mature decision in that final turn, because You know, you would think you fought hard, it was aggressive, go for broke, but Alexis Baillargeon collects a massive point haul and minimizes the damage that Albert was able to do here in today's final.
But you know something, when you say that two drivers respect each other, what you just saw there, that is the result of two drivers with tremendous respect for one another. They've both got an absolutely aching desire to win, but they will not win at all costs against a driver that they know is just as talented as they are. However, when when Albie Friend looks back at the replay of that, I think that his mechanic Lee Taylor will probably say, "You start celebrating that early again and I'm going to wring your neck," because the start-finish line, it's a long way down. We've already seen one result almost overturned on the run to the flag. What a great race between two absolute stars of this sport.
Julian Rivera on the final lap put a really quick one together, and he was able to run solidly as well. And ultimately, that only puts us halfway into our mains. If you liked any of that action, you'll love the three we've got still heading to go. DD2 and DD2 Masters on deck, which was a great barn burner of a battle last week. Then Masters Max, of course, with a lot of fast drivers starting deep in the field like Nico Pico and Rubens Barrichello. And then, of course, a full 36-driver grid of Senior Max here. We've got to go to commercial break. When we return, the second half of the main events here from Orlando.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 tooth sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Are you looking for an advantage in your competition? Well, Kart Class has done the hard work for you. We've traveled to your racetracks to give you the inside knowledge. So what does Kart Class offer? We've got drone footage that captures the racing lines, visual markers for your braking points, acceleration zones, and the best overtake opportunities on your racetrack. Pedal cam to show you where to brake and when to accelerate, and 360-degree footage to make sure you don't miss any parts on the racetrack. We've covered 13 racetracks in the United States, and Australia, you're up next. So visit kartclass.com to get your track information.
Kart's onto the racetrack now here for your DD2 Max and DD2 Masters division. And Leonardo Reis was able to get around Matt Taskin about midway through the pre-final in a nice and healthy battle for the race win to ultimately pull away to get the pre-final victory and score some valuable points to extend that championship lead that he started off with a win at second place and third place run at through the afternoon last weekend. But it's same story here for Leonardo. Again, quickest overall of the karts that ran, not counting Harley Keeble, who didn't get the full session. Can he hang on to get the win here in this main event? Or can Oliver Bedard, who starts back in that third spot on the inside of the second row, make some crafty moves for the second week in a row and get a big main victory and put himself back in that championship points lead going to tomorrow?
Keeble retired from the opening race with a gear selection or a gearbox issue. These are the two-speed karts. Obviously, that has been replaced. Spoke with Nicolas Guillaume, the Belgian driver in kart number 411 during the break. He's running with the Premier H and the combination of the Premier team and the HMP team. I said, what's the problem? He went, just not fast enough, making too many mistakes. He's used both sets of his new tyres as well. There's a look at the full starting lineup. He says that a lot of other drivers still have brand new Mojo tyres. He doesn't. So he says, let's just hope for rain tomorrow. Well, Nicholas, you may be in luck. As 408, the PSL Birrell ART, Leonardo Reis, the Matt Taskinen Privateer CRG on the outside of row number 1. The Premier Karting Tony Kart and championship leader, what erstwhile championship leader, I think has changed now, but round 1 minute Olivier Bedard starts on the inside of row number 2. Watch for Harley Keeble. They look like a fresh set of Mojo bones. If ever I saw them. Is the kart fixed? If it is, watch out for Keeble.
Here we go, onto the front stretch. A very slow start in first gear for sure for Leo Reis and Matt Taskinen. Much slower than what Keeble brought them to green right around that shift point in the pre-final. Now they'll pop it in and we go here down to turn number 1. No green that time by. The officials did not like the punch-off point for the pole man. So we'll send them around and go for attempt number 2 here in DD2.
Olivier,
no.
Someone didn't get the memo, and that is the 700 car. That's Michael McLean in the barriers. Is that McLean or is that Bouchard? It's the 700 of Bruno Bouchard. Okay, well, McLean has won most of the DD2 Masters races. Hopefully, that's okay, but you saw Olivier Bedard quite clearly his hand in the air. That's signaling that there's a false start. Somebody behind didn't quite get the memo.
One of them just pulled into the scales. It might have been Bouchard.
Yeah, so that could be, well, can't afford to lose too many more of these. There's Michael McLean looking around going, where'd my buddy go? Where'd my buddy go? So it could be a lonely race for Michael.
Well, the good news is he's been fast enough to play at the back half of the DD2 Max Senior field, but of course that clinches a main event win for Michael McLean. And then for the rest of the pack, of course, the driver that spun was Ludovic Saborin on the Prime Power Team Bureau Lard entry, I believe. So he ends up back into position now, but with the tires scrubbed overly well off of the outlap. So let's try attempt number 2. Leo Reis and Matt Taskinen. Reis, you can see already really trying to load up everyone's carburetors. They got their hands on the side of the engine. I'd imagine pinching the fuel line to try and not send too much fuel into the carb, so when they fully throttle up as quick as possible, it doesn't bog down. Let's see. Is it going to be a good jump for Leo Reis? Can Matt Taskinen get the whole shot like he did in the pre-final? It's going to be close. Even down to turn number 1 as they, contact into the corner. Reis kind of shook out to enter the corner. It opened for Bedard to get by, and it nearly sent Matt Taskinen into the weeds.
Yeah, Matt Taskinen had to shuffle back online very quickly, and Ludovic Saborin was over the curbs there at turn number 5, but that was Taskinen heading to the inside, and Reis just at the last minute sort of jinked left to take a better line into turn number 1 and to stop Taskinen in his tracks. Taskinen has already made short work of Guillaume. He's looking down. I hope there's no damage there to the front, the right front assembly of that CRG. We'll soon find out. Can the car handle going over the bumps? But watch for Keeble. Keeble already up into 5th position, past the likes of Bouchard, Samorin, and Silviera.
And now he's gone by on Guillaume, so Harley Keeble already up to 4th, and if he is indeed on sticker mojos, he might be the only one, which puts him at a big advantage to the rest of the field. Now he's mainly been racing the 3 drivers in front of him here today, Matt Taskinen, along with Leo Reis and Oliver Bedard. So this is where it'll start to even out, and we'll see how much of an advantage Harley might have. Up and over the curbing hard for Matt Taskinen as he chases Leo Reis. And Reis looking down at his engine like he might have an issue as well. For Olivier Bedard, is this a repeat of last Sunday where he picks up the pieces from the drivers around him to slip through and snag a main event win again? It would be a big point swing to put him back in control of the championship going into Sunday, especially if any of these drivers do have issues that take them out of the running. As you see, Reis headed through turn number 1, looks at least okay there. We're trying to get close-up shots of obviously the bumpers, but also of any potential damage for either Leo Reis or Matt Taskinen off that turn 1 carnage.
Well, of course, don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that these DD2 karts, they tend to top out at about 130 kilometers an hour. Now, I'm not saying they get up to 130 kilometers an hour here at Orlando Kart Center. In fact, the way that they're geared for this weekend as well means that they're a little bit slower down. They have got open gearing this weekend as opposed to fixed gearing they were running last weekend, but still very technical layout here at Orlando Kart Center. So, but even so, Leonardo Reis was looking down and trying to fiddle with something while he's doing well in excess of 110, 115 kilometers an hour. And now he's closing back in on Bedard, bringing Taskinen and Keeble with him.
Yeah, they are closing back up to Olivier Bedard as he heads over to turn number 5. Also keep your eye on Keeble. Here he comes for 3rd. Harley gets through on Matt Taskinen in turn 5. So Harley Keeble now into a podium spot, but he wants more, and he almost had it last weekend on Sunday. He crossed the line first with a win on Saturday before it got scrubbed. And Sunday, he had the edge over the rest of the field and ultimately got trapped in a battle with Leo Reis, and the two of them handed the win almost on a silver platter to Olivier Bedard, who took full advantage to go from 3rd to 1st and pull away. Now, a little bit of a different story. They're already in 2nd and 3rd. They're focused on chasing Bedard. And is there any more respect given to either Reis or Keeble's camps? Will they at least give the other the benefit to go and chase Bedard, or are we going to see another all-out brawl for 2nd?
Well, I mean, I think you could probably characterize Keeble's mood at the start of this race as dark after his retirement, and potentially, miracles can happen, but he knows that winning the championship and the ticket to Sano is now out of his hands. He'll require other drivers to fail and to fall back and to get disqualified if he is to win the championship. So he was obviously not best pleased at the end of the pre-final, so he will be somewhat determined. You think, right, this is what drivers do. Let's go pot hunting. Let's just go and win as many races and get as many trophies as we can. To heck with the championship, that's done and dusted, but I am going to try and win out from here. Therefore, I would imagine that he would not necessarily be prepared to sit around behind Leonardo Reis, if at all possible. That if he catches the Brazilian, he would want to make short work of the Brazilian to get up to the Canadian that is currently leading this race. The second Canadian in the top 4, Matt Taskinen, needs to be as close as he can to Keeble to try and pick up the pieces. If Keeble opens the door, Taskinen needs to be close enough, and he's not at the moment, to kind of slide through like an uninvited guest at a house party.
Looking at the lap times, Harley Keeble was quickest by 2 to 3 tenths over everyone else around him last times by, so he knows he's got the winning piece as of right now, and he's got 16 laps to get it done. Leonardo Reis definitely closing in towards Olivier Bedard. This time by 6 down, 10 to go. Taskinen still looking on back and forth. He needs the battle to erupt to bring him back into it, though. I don't think he has the speed right now to hunt them down on his own. But that's where the good news comes in, because Olivier Bedard is feeling the pressure, and Harley Keeble is ready to apply it to both drivers up front of Reese and Bedard.
Yes, there's a famous line from Stephen King's The Stand, with an old lady looking out across her deck, and she goes, "There's a storm coming."
Oh!
And on cue, lightning strikes, and that is Keeble Reese Volume 2. Bedard leads Taskinen up to second position, and who emerges in third? I believe it's going to be Belgium's Nicolas Guillaume.
Oh my goodness, for the second week in a row, Harley Keeble and Leo Reese tangle, except this time it ends with a much worse outcome. Keeble facing the wrong direction. Reese got going in front of Keeble, but they're both way back down the leaderboard now. And two drivers who had a lot of fans in the live chat wanting and rooting them on now are all the way tail end of the leaderboards. Reese able to get back into fourth. He's just ahead of Ludovic Savorin, potentially with damage. I mean, he was up on 2 tires in the air, and hard to say because of the way that they entered the corner there into turn number 9, how that came about. Obviously, Keeble was ready to make the move on Leo. Leo didn't want to give in, turn in for the corner, and it was just chaos in there and into the scales for Harley Keeble. He's done, so he'll end his day early, and it's 2 DNFs that will effectively remove him from the championship. Now it becomes, can Leonardo Reese hunt down Nicolas Guillaume and potentially Matt Taskinen to stop the bleeding, because first to fourth here on a day like today with 150% points multiplier, that is a big gain for all of their Bedard. And honestly, it's a good save for Matt Taskinen if he can come away with a second.
So Taskinen gained points on Bedard in the pre-final, is currently losing points to Bedard in the final. He lost points to Reese in the pre-final, but is gaining points on Reese as things stand in the main event. Olivier Bedard, you saw him look over his shoulder a lap ago at this very point, as if to say, where'd everybody go? The answer is, I mean, we don't have replays for you this month, this weekend here on Kart Chaser, and with the camera angle, it would be, it would not be correct of us to sort of make any judgment. It was a case of one driver desperately wanted to get past, the other driver desperately not wanting to give up the position, and the arguments will rage on from there. And Reese now capitalising on Nicolas Guillaume's wide entry tournament, but Guillaume's thinking, right, so I'm going to come back at you, and Reese gives him the hand signal there, saying, well, that seemed fair enough to me, I have to say. But Leonardo Reese, again, having watched another potential win go begging, is on a recovery mission. He's a long way back, though, in third place. Bedard, 1.2 seconds ahead of Taskinen. Taskinen, I have to say, Xander, hasn't shown the pace in this race, like you said earlier, that gives us any indication that he may be able to close that gap on Olivier Bedard, although he's still trying.
Yeah, he's given it everything that he has right now. It's just not been enough. He's either been even or a little bit better. That time, he was a tenth and a half better. He needs that pretty much every lap to the finish and then some, because we're already down to just 6 laps to go for Matt Taskinen. He sees his fellow countrymen up the road, and he would love to at least mix it up. And right now, as much as he may not think so, I would imagine that Leo Reese might be Matt Taskinen's biggest fan. So we'll see if Matt Taskinen can reel in the race leader and take away some points from Olivier Bedard, and then make it a little bit easier on Leo Reese to come away with the third place results here.
Now behind this battle, there's the second of the red and white Birrell ART karts. It's not a PSL karting entry, it is a Prime Power Team entry. That is the number 402, having a quiet run, but again, top 5 with Ludovic Savorin. So that's he's got the Ben Cooper Academy race suit on. Behind Savorin, we've got the sole surviving DD2 Masters driver, number 701, Michael McLean, driver of the Saudi USA team. There he is. And then the last driver still running, the driver who flat spotted his tyres on the opening lap, that would be the number 404, the Premier Karting entry, the team kart to Olivier Bedard of Theo Silveira. But not often you get a chance to run through the full field here in one of these finals, and there's only 7 of them left. But everyone getting their due mention here. There are the leaders coming down towards turn number 5 now, but into the closing stages. Do something, Xander. Matt Taskinen's halved Olivier Bedard's race lead. He's come down from 1.2 seconds to 0.8 of a second.
It's definitely a possibility here for Matt Taskinen to Olivier Bedard. Down, like you said, to 0.8. Last time by, just under 0.2 better. He'll get a little bit of a slipstream down the back straightaway. Bedard checks back. He can feel the pressure mounting, so what might have been an easy gift of a win for the second main in a row may not be so easy for Olivier Bedard. The only saving grace is he's headed to 2 laps to go this time by. Matt Taskinen needs 0.3 a lap, if not more. At the line, no, correction, 3 to go, my mistake, so 1 more, but 3 laps remaining. That time, another 1.5 for Matt Taskinen. He would basically end up a car length away at the checkered flag if he can't find anything more. He still needs more than a 1.5 better than Olivier Bedard.
Look at the body language of Matt Taskinen. He is manhandling that CRG. Shoulders hunched, arms poised, dragging that kart through the corners. Bedard, head up, bone still in the kart. Taskinen is up and down, hiding behind the NASA panel, just trying to get any sort of tiny thousandth of a second he can. He's willing that kart over the bumps there, the curbs, and into turn number 13. Now it's 2 to go. The gap was 0.663. It's now 0.61. It's going to need Olivier Bedard to start having a few nerves. This is what we call in the UK squeaky bum time for Olivier Bedard, and Taskinen wants to capitalise.
Yeah, Matt Taskinen was making up so much progress, and Olivier Bedard took one look over the shoulder and said, okay, that's enough. You're going to stop right there. And he might have just been managing this race to this point. 2 very experienced drivers here in Matt Taskinen and Olivier Bedard. Although Taskinen, a really good run through that sweeping section this time, experimenting with maybe some different lines and different markers late in the going to try and just get that last little bit, but he's still too far away. The white flag will wave this time by for Olivier Bedard, and you can see how much Taskinen is charging the corners, trying to make up for lost ground. And if only one thing could have just gone a little bit differently, maybe Matt Taskinen might have already been there. But the way the race is shaken out, this is the gap to run down. In less than a lap, Taskinen's got just under half a second to catch.
Even if Taskinen, and I don't think he will catch Bedard, it's been a mighty, mighty performance all day from Matt Taskinen. You can't overemphasize the difference between the setup of the Premier Karting team and then the trailer that Taskinen and his dad are working out of. They've driven all the way from Edmonton, Alberta on their own, and Taskinen has taken the fight to the wire, but it looks like it's going to be 2 wins out of 2. The Premier Karting team stands on the premier step of the podium. Olivier Bedard, another win. Taskinen second. It's a Canadian 1-2. Leonardo Rees a disappointed third. Guillaume for Belgium is 4th, and Saboyan for Canada is 5th. And there is the sportsman-like salute from Taskinen to Bedard. And well, on this occasion, Goliath persevered, but David got a couple of good stone throws in.
Yeah, he definitely came close to knocking off Olivier Bedard, but the half-second gap, just too much there at the end. But he tracked him down from 1.4 to 1.5 seconds away in the closing stages. A well-done run put together by Matt Taskinen to just come up 1 spot shy and a couple tenths shy here in the final. Beyond the top 3, of course, Guillaume, Saborin, McLean, Silveira, and then, of course, Harley Keeble as well, with a pair of DNFs in the main for the DD2 and DD2 Masters division. But 2 more classes still to run. We've got Masters Max on deck and Senior Max to follow.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes,
Yep,
gloves,
yep,
rib protectors.
got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Well, if you saw that bit of fireworks and action in DD2 and you want some more of it, I think we've got more headed your way. Masters Max, typically maybe a little more tame at most of the events that we stream at. That was not the case for today's pre-final. That's why we've got a really shaken up starting lineup here, Henry.
Yes, indeed. Pole position, Oliver Bedard's teammate, the Premier Karting team, David LaPlante, and alongside him, the front row, Laurentiu Mardan on the Techno USA kart with Danilo Romalo and Matthias Bonvin on row number 2.
Moving back to row 3, it's Mundi Lawyer on the inside, who unfortunately crossed the line first, and in heartbreaking fashion for the Nash Motorsports boys, a bumper penalty marred him back to the 5th spot. Alongside him will be Rodrigo Martin.
On row number 4, best start of the weekend from Abel Martinez. Nicola Pico, who was given a penalty for the contact with Rubens Barrichello, starting on row number 4. Rubens Barrichello starts at the inside of row number 5. He was on a bumper penalty, possibly sustained on the rear bumper of Nicola Pico's car as they came into pit lane at the end of the race. So he starts behind his nemesis, but starting alongside Rubens Barrichello, Sylvain Chenard. In all his years in the sport, did the 60-year-old ever think he would be starting the final of an international karting event alongside Rubens Barrichello? Well, Sylvain, yes you did, and now we go racing with Marc-Andre Levesque, Luis Quinones and Ariel Castro rounding out the field.
Yeah, let's see what this one turns out to be. Keep your eye on Ariel Castro on the 625. Not sure if he might have gone to Sticker Mojos here for this main, but he is always an exciting driver to watch on the racetrack. Didn't have a lot of speed in that pre-final, so maybe some adjustments for the AM Racing Team driver. Oh, watch this. He's lagging back right here, Henry.
Oh, yeah,
I don't think he cares championship if he gets a post-race penalty. He might be trying to get a big jump start on the field, so keep your eyes peeled on the black and orange at the top of the screen.
No, he goes early. There we go, and we are green. I was thinking that he might just be able to hand back to see what fireworks unfold between Mr. Pico and Mr. Barrichello through the kink, but Castro's already made up 3 places into turn number 4.
Rubens has already made up 4. He's up to the 4th spot now. Great start for Rubens Barrichello as there was a lot of drivers wide and into the dirt there going into turn 6, bottom of the frame, but for Rubens, great start and exactly what he needed to do. For Nicola Pico, not a great start. He's pretty far back, and a few more are as well, as David LaPlante leads Danilo Romalo, and in fact, Barrichello's up another one. Got around Laurentiu Mardan back there in turn 9, so Rubens is up to 3rd.
Danilo Romalo, let's not forget, he won the US Rotax Nationals back in 2022 to get a ticket to the 2022 Grand Finals, which were held in Portimao, Portugal that year. Didn't take up the ticket, had another event, I think it clashed with Supernats, and he was due to race there, so it's going to be a bit of an unask to get him to Sarno from this championship, especially with Barrichello closing in, but I have to say, up at the front, LaPlante tried to pull away. We don't know who's on what tyre. Mardan and Lawyer 4th and 5th, with a gap then back to Martinez still in 6th. Abel Martinez, the Spaniard, followed by Pico and the rest.
Down the backstretch now, Mardan trying to fend off Mundi Lawyer as the rest of the field continues to battle it out. It is indeed Abel Martinez in the 6th spot in no man's land between the 5-car lead group and then the mid-pack further back. Rubens is on the bumper of Romalo, though, who is right on the tail of LaPlante. Watch the run this time by down to turn number 1. There is Romalo saying, don't worry. That signal right there, Henry saying, I'm going to pass him in the next zone. So watch this for Danilo Romalo. Turn 4, big run, looking to go. There it is. And a big send in turn number 5. He stayed true to his word. Said, Rubens, don't pass me yet. I'll make some room. And he does. And oh no!
LaPlante is planted into the barriers. And that was... Again, that was Romano opened the door. Rubens saw an opportunity. Barrichello went through, and then on the exit of the corner, 2 go-karts just ran out of space, and it was LaPlante into the barriers. Barrichello now has the championship leader sustained any damage? Well, first of all, David LaPlante looks like he is uninjured and okay. The kart might be finished, and Barrichello saying, oh, what am I doing? I'm sorry, I'm looking over my shoulder. Was that a flag there? I'm not sure if it was, but certainly Rubens Barrichello, maybe that was an apologetic signal, but it's Romalo from Barrichello, Mardan and Loya at the front of the field in this 1.5 points final in Max Masters.
And again, with the driver DNFing there, as LaPlante was giving a little applause to Rubens Barrichello. There's nothing Rubens can do at this point but outrun the penalty. If LaPlante was still running or only lost a couple of spots and they gave him a wag of the finger, he could have dropped back a few positions. But there's nothing he can do right now but go forward.
Yeah, and exactly, it may be seen as a racing incident. I mean, they were certainly side by side. Rubens had certainly made the move. LaPlante on the outside. LaPlante will argue that Rubens didn't give him enough room. Rubens will argue that he made the move. He was in front, and it was up to LaPlante to ease off. But that's by the by. We'll talk about what we're looking at on the circuit. Romalo leading his country with Barrichello with Mardan, Loya, Pico, Martinez, Castro, Bonvin, Levesque, Martin, Chenard next. New leader, Rubens Barrichello.
Easy done, inside and clear on our race leader, Danilo Romalo, who tucks in line behind him and checks the gap back as well to Mardan and to Mundi Lawyer. We'll see if Nicola Pico can get any bit closer to the top drivers. We know he's charging. He had to start on the outside lane. That was the big disadvantage starting 8th. Rubens was better off really starting in the 9th spot and moved up a lot more early, so he's been able to get through traffic quicker than his rivals so far today. But Danilo Romalo, while he let his fellow countrymen through and didn't give up much of a fight, he might be regretting that now because Rubens is already starting to pull away as we complete lap number 5.
Yes, Pico closing in the green and white Tony Kart race suit. The Premier Karting regime. It's been feast or famine for Premier Karting this afternoon. Oh, there's Mundi Lawyer, and he has to back out of it there, and that allows Pico into P4. So the Peruvian driver on that GKS Nash Motorsports machine, very similar to, he was with Nash Motorsports, doesn't he? There's Mundi, but it's certainly, I've got GKS written on my notes, but that looks to all intents and purposes like a Nash Motorsport livery. Either way, it's down to 5th position.
Yeah, down to 5th for Mundi Lawyer, and he luckily has a big gap from there backwards. So to Abel Martinez, Ariel Castro has climbed up to 7th from the back of the grid. Hasn't made much progress since then, but Nicola Pico, fastest on the racetrack by a lot last time by. This time by a little bit slower, having to get around Mundi Lawyer, so he gave up some time. He's 1.8 seconds away from race leader Rubens Barrichello, who is already starting to pull away from Danilo Romalo.
Yeah, and we're not even at half distance yet, but you don't really give Rubens Barrichello a 1.8 second advantage and expect him to lose that. The good battle is going to be is, are we going to get Mardan, Pico or Loya on the podium? It does look like it's going to be a Brazilian 1-2 as things stand. All depends how quickly Nicola Pico gets past Laurentiu Mardan. Now, Laurentiu Mardan and Nicola Pico are sort of karting kindred spirits. Both very aggressive, both very passionate, both don't like getting overtaken that much. So this could be a battle that goes on to the wire. So 3rd place could either finish 2 seconds behind the race winner or 22 seconds behind the race winner, depending on how hard Mardan defends from Pico and whether they decide, okay, well, Mardan might have to decide that Pico is quicker right now, let Pico go without too much of a fuss, and then just try and follow the Frenchman up towards Romalo.
Yeah, that might be the ticket, to follow him forward here. Let's see what Laurentiu Mardan decides to do. He may not have much of a choice, though. Pico inside already and goes through on Mardan in turn number 10. And as Larry takes a look over his shoulder, Mundi's still there, still a big gap behind Lawyer. So he's probably just going to follow Pico here and see if he can't hang on to his coattails. And like you said, Nicola Pico, he owns the fast lap of the race. He's quicker than Romalo for sure. He's even to Rubens. And at this point, Mardan, I think, may just kind of tuck in and see where the rest of this race goes because he doesn't have the pace to run for the win, as it looks.
If Mardan doesn't make a move into that corner, which he didn't, then I think Laurentiu is going to follow Nicola Pico for the remainder of this race until we get to the last lap or two where we can sort it out. But normally, if Laurentiu wants to, he will go straight back in if he's overtaken. The fact that he didn't, and the fact that Nicola Pico clearly said, let's go, Mardan saw that signal and has now not tried to pass Nicola Pico. Pico will be thinking to himself, okay, if you're fast enough to stay in my real tracks, I know you're going to push me, let's go.
Yeah, let's see if he can't get some help from Mardan. Right now he can't. He's having to do it on his own because Mardan's slipping further backwards. Mundi Lawyer is closing in on that Nash Motorsports EOS Kart in 5th. He'll be ready to challenge here in just a moment. And again, Mundi had top 3, top 4 pace earlier, but he made that one mistake, and ultimately it cost him a lot of time in a couple of spots. He spent the last 3 to 4 laps making up ground for that one bobble at the exit of turn number 5. Now he's back to where he was before, at least in the terms of right on the rear bumper of Laurentiu Mardan. And I think he looks maybe about 4th quickest as things stand. Romalo, you can see already getting hunted down by Nicola Pico. I think this one is going to be the next pass we may see. If not Lawyer on Mardan, Pico is definitely going to arrive on the scene here for Romalo.
A quick look down as we wait for the move, if it comes from either Lawyer on Mardan or Pico on Romalo. Ariel Castro runs in P6. Here comes Mundi Lawyer and Laurentiu Mardan. That's more like Laurentiu Mardan's usual strategy. I was going to say Laurentiu's engine builder has sort of been scratching his head a little bit for most of the week. There's been a very unusual miss at a certain rev point in that kart that is an intermittent miss at about 5,500, 6,000 revs that he just hasn't been able to pinpoint. And I do wonder if it's just, it's obviously it's costing Laurentiu a 10th or 2, nothing too major, but it's more like a distraction. When the drive, when you know, and you guys have all driven go-karts before, when you know there's a miss or an intermittent problem with the engine, it does play on your mind as you're driving, and that distraction can cost you an extra 10th of a second in itself. But behind the top 5, Castro 6th, Martinez 7th, Bonvin 8th, Levesque 9th, Martin 10th, Chenard 11th, Quinones 12th.
Yeah, Luis Quinones just about a second away from Chenard in a good battle further back from the rest of the top 10. Here is the final battle that we may see here before this race is said and done, and it is going to be for the runner-up spot because Rubens Barrichello's lead now up to 1.8 seconds to Danilo Romalo. And for the U-Race driver, it is at least a better result that he's staring down than where he was a week ago. Teammates with Rubens in the PSL karting Beer Art tent, but just couldn't quite get the kart to his liking or adjust himself to the go-kart. He wasn't comfortable. He wasn't as fast as he would have liked to be. Danilo Romalo now at least 2nd, or at the worst it looks like maybe 3rd, is a much better start to the weekend and back to where he expect to be, and it's then a closer gap staring into the next day of action to try and hunt down Rubens.
And I have to say that, a big bon dia to the Brazilian contingent watching our live stream, of which there are many. And if they were upset at Leonardo Reis not winning DD2, their cup of joy will be overflowing at the moment. Well, maybe not as overflowing as it was. It was a Brazilian 1-2. It's now a Brazilian 1-3 as Pico puts Romalo to the sword.
Yeah, Nicola Pico, very decisive move there, and it bought him about a car length away, so he's safe. However, who's not safe is Laurentiu Mardan, as Mundi deep on the brakes into turn 10. And Laurentiu Mardan gave him a lot of room. In fact, he got a big run back on him, and they're door-to-door to the S's, and Mardan gets through.
I think that's Laurentiu Mardan's way of saying, look, Nicola Pico is faster than me. I cannot beat him. I am the same speed as Mundi Lawyer. I must beat him.
Yeah, he is not giving up, especially with the drivers all being able to see the lap counter every time they cross the start-finish line. They know that there's less than 3 laps remaining, so if you just hang on for a little while longer, you'll be able to hold the spot. Speaking of holding the spot, though, for Nicola Pico, to 54.298, fast lap overall this session. Last time by, obviously, a little bit slower, but back up to seconds, a good recovery. The frustrating end of the day will be Nicola losing the man he loses out to, and that is that Beryl Art running down the road, 2.5 seconds ahead of him, Rubens Barrichello, who was very quick to get through on the start, made the right decisions through the pack to be able to give himself the margin that he has right now. A commanding lead as he heads to the 2-to-go signal here to complete lap 14.
And of course, Pico doesn't want to give up. He doesn't want to let Rubens get too far ahead in case there is some sort of post-race action over that incident between Rubens and David Laplant, or even if Rubens had, because in North American karting, there are sometimes different championships have different structures for the time penalties you receive based on whether you get a full nose cone drop or whether you get just half a nose cone drop. But here, even if the nose cone is a slight fraction bracket down, it's a full 5-second penalty. So that's why Pico is keeping his head down, and he's keeping the gap at less than 5 seconds between himself and race leader Rubens Barrichello. Romano also keeping Pico very honest.
Yeah, Danilo Romalo, you would think with how quickly Nicola Pico ran him down, would have faded backwards further than where he is. He's only a car length and a half to 2 car lengths away. We've seen Danilo already put some aggressive sends together, and as we hit the final lap now, 1 to go, can Romalo get to Nicola Pico and make something happen? And at the same time, the battle is not over back for 4th because Mardan's got Lawyer back on his heels again. So simultaneous fights for 2nd and 4th that, depending, like you said, Henry, on how the penalties get dished out, if there is one for Rubens Barrichello, might be the battles for the podium and the win.
Yes, you never know. That's why in karting you never ever give up, because what you see on the track isn't always the final finishing order with post-race penalties for various infractions. And here is the battle. Lawyer to the outside. Watch Lawyer get a great run, but he's going to be on the outside line for the run into the final chicane. Lawyer squeezing hard, and Lawyer has P4 once again. And this is the win for Rubens Barrichello. 2 out of 2 in terms of finals. And his undefeated streak in total went awry, and there, yes, we forgot to mention from PSL Karting, somebody got the red hairspray out last night.
And we might be having more of them join him here as Rubens Barrichello signals there to his PSL mechanics on the fence line. Congratulations from them, but they are perched up and ready because once we go through our Masters Max results, the seniors are up, and we'll touch on what Henry mentioned here in a few moments. But before that, let's take one final look at our results here from Masters Max. Barrichello to Pico, Romalo, Lawyer, Mardan, the unofficial top 5. Ariel Castro's progress ends in 6th over Martinez, Bonvin, Levesque, and Rodrigo Martin. One more commercial break, folks, and then it's time for our final race of the afternoon. Senior Max is rolling your way next, and we'll figure out where that red hair story came from.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Well, as we await the Senior Max main event, I know that you had a couple of unofficial results as well, I believe, Henry, and some more notes for us to go through as the day comes to a close with one more main event on deck. You can see we've run through already all of our main events. We're on schedule. In fact, ahead of schedule with Senior Max getting set to go here, Henry.
Yeah, the only, obviously, unofficial final result that I have been given so far is from our first final, the junior race. Turner Brown, Nathan Dupuis, and Antoine Lemieux confirmed on the podium. Now, of course, this is still unofficial. Anyone who wants to protest the results has got 30 minutes to do so, and then the various hearings can go on afterwards. But pretty much the top three unchanged. Pierce Wade fourth, Jackson Walney inherits fifth because Salvador Della Vecchia, Victor de Alencar, and Davin Roberts all had penalties. 5 seconds for pushback bumpers for Della Vecchia and Roberts. That puts them back to 9th and 11th. De Alencar, 3-second penalty, 2 wheels out of the tram line. Now, further back, Tiziano Rosso or Charles, the Bahamian driver, 4 wheels out of the tram line. That was a 10-second penalty. Other pushback penalties, Chase Gassio-Lee, Kenny Rogers, Cole Medeiros, and then there were, right, here we go. Now, I think that could be a record for Louis Siffre. Let's see. We got a 5-second penalty for contact, a 5-second penalty for a pushback bumper, and a 3-second penalty for 2 wheels outside the tram line. So Louis Siffre hits the trifecta, as it were. And just coming through now, I can tell you that the Minimax final has been confirmed. Albert Friend, Alexis Baerjon 1-2, Julien Rivera in third. In fact, the first driver to get a penalty, Leo Da Silva, drops to 16th place with a 5-second contact penalty. Multiple penalties for Jago Lempen contacts. Now, of course, they are free to appeal that. And now, there were some DQs in the Minimax race. Royce Vega, underweight. Maddox Ruiz, Evan Frey, and Lorenzo Varela, underweight, although Ruiz, Frey, and Varela all failed to finish the race. But Royce Vega, a top 5 finish, goes away for the Dallas-based Benick driver, and that would allow Martin Luis Bertolacini into the top 5. The rest of the top 10 unofficially, Massimo LaRusso, Olivier Chassé, Nicolas Orbeso, Mika Baruch, and Enzo Di Janeiro, your top 10. But 2 results almost confirmed. Turner Brown and Albert Friend. As soon as we get the unofficial results posted, and of course we wait for the results to be posted in the results window before we give you the official results. But 2 down, obviously Micromax still clearing tech. Micromax still clearing tech, and DD2 and Masters, well, they haven't, they've only just finished, so there's a short amount of time at the end of every race, whilst, first of all, they have to go through scales, pushback bumpers, on-track incidents, and then tech issues. Once those have been resolved, then the unofficial results get posted. From the time the unofficial results are posted, anybody who wants to appeal a decision, whether it's an incident on track or whether it is a tech issue, then they have 30 minutes to appeal that decision, which is why sometimes results can take a little while to filter down. But of course, in karting, the main job of any organizer in any championship is to ensure that every go-kart is built to the rules and every driver drives to the rules. So there we go. But of course, that means there's one race to go. It's the biggest race of the day. It's the main event. We've saved the biggest till last. Have we saved the best till last? We shall only find out in one moment's time.
Kart's onto the racetrack here for the Senior Max main event. 36 drivers strong. And let's take you through how they'll line up. They were split apart for their pre-finals. Had to do an LCQ for the finals 4 spots. But here's how we're going to stack them and get set for the main. It's fast Frankie Mossman on the pole with a great run in his pre-final to start alongside Diego Ramos on the outside in the PSL Bureau Art. Then it'll be Harley Keeble on the inside of row number 2. Alongside him should be Aiden Ingrata.
Eduardo Barrichello goes to the inside of row 3 alongside Emma Scarborough, Austin Garrison, and Ryan Maxwell on row number 4.
Then you go back to Nolan Bauer and Gianluca Savaglio on row 5. Aiden Fox and Camilo Trappa, row 6.
Enzo Barboy, Ryan Norberg share row 7. Timothy Pernot and Cameron Weinberg on row 8.
Junao Chang and Arnaud Saborin on row number 9. John Wade and Macy Williams on row number 10.
That is your top 20. Back on row number 11, you will see the kart of Gennaro Trapper and Lucas Nanji, then Zach Tramandamello and Fernando Barrichello.
Keep your eye on ZCD to make some waves forward here after getting some penalties in his pre-final. Fernando Barrichello as well. In the final few rows, Wesley Gunler, the rookie, alongside Thomas Simard, HM Propeller Kart Republic on row 13. Chris Gearam, Charles Olivier Dion, Stephen Miller. That penalty looks like it must have stuck. I heard that maybe the appeal had gone through, but ultimately not. He's rolling off back on the inside of row number 15. And
then, of course, the last 4 drivers, Boutillier, Lorenko, Figueroa, and Gaunt, they were your transfer drivers from LCQ. Oof. 16 laps, 36 drivers. It's good to finally get the main event underway, Xander Clemens.
Here we go, 16 laps, and we are green. Down to no green on the first time by. It looked decently well, Henry, but ultimately our race director and head flagman not happy with the first try at the start, so we'll send it around and try it again.
It is going to be very difficult with the fact that, by the time the leaders are getting into tram lines, these drivers you're looking at on your screen are still sort of threading their way single file through turn number 13, and race director Manuel Blanco wants to try and get all the drivers at least 2 by 2 coming out of the final corner before they unleash the hounds, as it were. Keeble will be now fully refocused, reset from his earlier disappointment, and just look at the crowd at the top of the viewing platform there. Everybody's out to watch this one as the stars of North American karting and European karting and South American karting all vie for what could be the most significant race in the Winter Trophy this year. 1.5 points, 1.5 times the points up for grabs. Ramos could seal or go a long way towards sealing the title with a win, but one mistake and that win could go back to 36th.
Not only that, Frankie Mossman on the inside of the front row, our pole man. He's won pre-finals, he's podiumed main events, but in 3 years since moving up to the senior class, he has never won a major. He's had race weekends where he's led every lap but the last lap. Could today be the day for Frankie Mossman? We saw Ramos have a first win in a while last week. Here we go, 16 laps, and we are underway down to turn number 1. Mossman with a decent jump to the inside as everybody else fans out through turns 1 and 2. Can they make it through 3 and 4? A couple a little bit wide, one driver way off. It's one of the Trappas maybe on the AM Racing Team entry. Is that Camilo maybe on the outside of turn number 5?
It certainly was one of the Trappa cousins from Argentina. A good clean start. Fast Frankie Mossman keeps telling me he tries to retire from karting but and focus on cars, but the fact that in 2020, the COVID hit year, he finally got his ticket to the Grand Finals, and the Grand Finals were cancelled, and he desperately wants to come back. He says the thought of representing Team USA is what keeps him coming back to karting, but he's got Harley Keeble right behind him as we complete lap 1 of 16.
1 down, 15 to go, and Diego Ramos has a much different picture on the opening lap of this main than what he did 6 days ago on Sunday afternoon. He's third here at the end of the opening lap. Ingrata looking on. So is Ingrata's former teacher and mentor, Austin Garrison, in fifth. And they've got a little bit of a gap now as they were fighting for sixth. Dudu Barrichello versus Emma Scarborough and Nolan Bauer inside the top 10, all fighting here as Mossman leads. There's the gap back. You have Scarborough now in the sixth spot. Here's a look at Ryan Maxwell and Aiden Fox coming out of turns 8 and 9. Single file for your top 10. And now it's going to be double. Harley Keeble to the lead in turn 10.
Yes, indeed. The Englishman passes the drive from Newport Beach, California, for the race lead. Further back now, I can see one driver off at the side of the circuit. It's a Biro Air, possibly Timothy Pernod. I'm not sure. It's certainly a red and white Biro ART kart. 2, 4, 5 drivers at the front. It's Keeble, Mossman, Ramos, Ingrata and Garrison, with Scarborough 6, Eduardo Barrichello 7, then Bauer, Fox and Maxwell. If the top 10, all apart from Bauer, Scarborough, Ingrata, well, in fact, well, not everyone's beat the grand finals, but certainly a lot of very, very well-known drivers at the front with a couple of wild cards. Emma Scarborough, this could be the weekend that she announced herself on the international karting scene.
What a move there from Mossman to get on Ramos, and then so did Ingrata, losing the spot to Austin Garrison. Also, if you're looking at the charts on the left, Stephen Miller, you're not looking at a mistake. He started on the 15th row and 29th. He's up to 12th on that Nash Eos kart, catching up to that midfield scrum there. But out front, look at the lead for Harley Keeble, back to Mossman and Ramos. The Sodi might be able to run away with one here if they aren't careful. But yeah, what a great day for Emma Scarborough at the moment. Sixth here, and with a little gap back to Nolan Bauer as Mossman and Ramos side by side again. Garrison getting through on Ramos. So Austin Garrison now third. Ramos is going to lose fourth as well as Aiden Ingrata goes by. So now it's the Red Speed SCR boys second and third. Ingrata signaling to Ramos to go forward, but Diego's like, man, I can't keep going backwards. I got to start making some moves myself.
Yeah, sorry, it's obviously Fernando Barrichello at the side of the circuit. He was just urging his older brother Eduardo on further back. Ryan Norberg going the wrong way, down to about 18th position. So whilst the likes of Miller are moving forward, so is the likes of Ben Gaunt. Up there, Lucas Nanji is also retired. We're down to 34 runners, and Keeble still leads the way by 0.8 of a second over the Speed Concepts Racing teammates Mossman and Garrison, with this battle between Ramos and Ingrata next.
Yeah, the question will be if anyone has the speed to challenge Harley Keeble. Stephen Miller did. He's back in 12th still, chasing down the midfield. Fast Frankie Mossman and Austin Garrison, with laps remaining, still have time in clear racetrack to track him down, but at the moment, Keeble with the advantage. And you look back to the rest of the field, all just in one long train here with the first few laps out of the way. Now we're going to get a good look at raw pace for everybody. 5 laps complete, 11 to go. Mossman at the line. Does he go any better than Keeble? He does not. Half a tenth. Give the nod to Harley. Austin Garrison was a tenth better than both of them, though, in third, so he is at least closing a little bit towards the race lead. It's 1 second almost already for Keeble, as there's a move. Scarborough into the top 5. She gets around Aiden Ingrata. Emma Scarborough moving up here. What a performance today it has been in one of her first national level senior weekends.
Yes, both Lillian, her younger sister, and Emma have been a real revelation this weekend. Early stages yet, 10 laps to go, but the maturity with which Emma Scarborough is, and I mean, I have to say this is meant with no disrespect, but of the drivers in this field, Xander, the kart chase crew, you know a lot of them. I know a lot of them. Emma Scarborough is one that I have never heard of before this weekend, but I've heard of her now.
Yeah, the Georgia native has go back a year ago. She scored her first junior national podium at the Rock Winter Tour. Then for the rest of the year in her final junior campaign was kind of up and down, but on the verge, and got a handful of good results. But this, probably not part of the expectations for Emma Scarborough to be running inside the top 5, passing one of the best junior standouts and multi-time junior winner, Aiden Ingrata, who is on his second full senior season, really season 2.5, moving up early at the end of 2022.
And neither Emma or her sister practiced here on Thursday. They were in school. So they only had 3 practice sessions on Friday before time qualifying. Okay, there was last weekend as well, but track conditions are a lot different this weekend. And Scarborough qualified very well, but she has raced even better. Sometimes you find that, Xander, that when a driver suddenly gets their first, and they achieve over and above expectation in qualifying, and they're racing around names they're usually not used to racing around, occasionally that the nerves can get to them and they sort of get a little bit ragged, but not on this case. Norberg has dropped to 20 seconds. Something is not right with that Rollinson Performance Group kart, because Ryan Norberg has simply got no pace this final.
Yeah, ever since the contact with Gianluca Savalio, it has not been Ryan Norberg's day, but I will say that the Speed Concepts Racing boys are starting to hook up and go. Last time by, they picked up nearly 2/10 off of Harley Keeble's time. They did the same the lap before. A little bit of a loss this lap for the two of them, but we've talked about fast Frankie Mossman a lot. Austin Garrison in the main event, this is similar to what he had last Sunday. May not be the fastest, but he's definitely quick, but he just kind of flies under the radar through the heats, through qualifying, and by the time we get to where it matters most, Austin Garrison gets into the mix of things. And with this big shakeup, you think about what the points are going to look like after this. I mean, Ramos dominates his day, wins the pre-final. He should still be the points leader, but with how heavy this main event is weighted, and for him back and forth with more pressure looming in the likes of Scarborough, I mean, it really opens the door for someone else to get up into the mix and potentially assert themselves as a Rotax Grand Finals ticket recipient come tomorrow afternoon. There's a nice move by Ryan Maxwell as Aiden Ingrata and Maxwell get together, and Ingrata's gone backwards quickly. He was right there in 6th, and now he's way back in the middle of a fight with Timothy Pernod and Dudu Barrichello.
Yeah, last week in round number 1, Keeble finished 8th in the final. Mossman 7th. Garrison was 5th. Obviously Ramos was your winner. Emma Scarborough, she finished 14th. So really, the form book has been turned upside down, ripped up, thrown out the window, you name it, it's happened to it. And on 1.5 points, 1.5 times the points Saturday, it's quite have the same ring to it as a double point Saturday, maybe for next year. The form book is really being thrown out the window, and here come the Speed Concepts duo. Mossman and Garrison are beginning to put the pressure on even more to Harley Keeble, Ramos, Scarborough, the rest of your top 5.
Yeah, big lap last time by for Frankie Mossman, and another big one this time by, but they're running low on laps here. We've only got 6 laps to go. The good news is there's only 3.5 tenths to go to catch the leader. Ramos and Scarborough also with big time laps. Scarborough quickest overall, but everybody hunting down Harley Keeble, who got out to a big lead early, and not really necessarily due to battling. There was a little bit of that, but Harley just shot out like a cannon. And since then, he has slowly either held even or drifted backwards. And we've seen Harley get his elbows out before, even earlier today, just an hour ago. And how much of a chip on his shoulder does he have to get at least some kind of a result for the Sodi boys after double pulling it in qualifying?
Well, Grimsby is one of the UK's biggest fishing ports, and you say about a chip on his shoulder, he has got a whole bag of fish and chips on his shoulders, Harley Keeble. He will want that win very badly indeed. If there's one driver that wants the win more, I think it could be fast Frankie Mossman, and Mossman has now caught Keeble as they go into turn 5 and 6 on lap number 12. This is going to be Sodi Kart versus Speed Concepts Racing for the main prize. Over the curbs, will Mossman make his move early? I don't think Mossman can afford to sit and wait, because Garrison, Ramos and Scarborough are still there.
There is no question in my mind, Henry. We are awaiting a major battle right now. Mossman knows that he's got the race in his hand, and he is looking again for that first senior pro national level victory here in the States. He's right on the bumper. Down the front stretch, here comes Frankie Mossman. New leader in turn 1, and he takes over the point here now with 4 laps to go. Keeble slots right into second. Garrison right there in third, lurking on. And again, like you said, Ramos and Scarborough not far away. Neither really is Nolan Bauer, who's only about a second further back down the road in the 6th spot.
I've got to say, yesterday we lost Carl Weathers, the actor that played Apollo Creed in the first few Rocky movies. Well, in his memory, there's a real heavyweight slugfest going on at the front of the field. I'm not quite sure that fast Frankie Mossman signaled to Harley Keeble and say, come on, push, will work, and it doesn't. Keeble back in front.
Harley Keeble, the leader now to the S's, coming to 3 to go. He knows that at this point, it's just get out in front and park it on the inside lane. Does he start to low line down the front stretch? He does. Mossman's already trying to find a hole into the turn 1 complex. Everybody backed up. Here comes Diego Ramos and Emma Scarborough into the frame as Garrison trying to cover back low from Ramos. Mossman, everybody right behind Keeble coming out of turn number 5.
Ring the dinner bell. It's game on. 5 for the win. Keeble, Mossman. Mossman looked inside. Keeble defending into 7. Garrison, Ramos and Scarborough up the scrapyard straight and hold fire because in 6th position, Nolan Bowers joined the party. Scarborough to the inside of Ramos for P4 as Keeble defends into turn 10.
Look at Austin Garrison with an over-under to the lead. Austin Garrison followed the Young Bucks down to the inside, then opened up last second. And now Garrison's lead, a car length and a half. He can take a wider arc. 2 laps to go here at the line. Keeble looks back to Frankie Mossman, says, please work with me here. I know we haven't worked together, but I want the win just as bad as you do, and it's driving away in front of us. Mossman behind. He's not going to wait. He goes through. Austin Garrison's lead now. 5 car lengths back to Mossman. It's Scarborough for the podium. Gets through in turn 6. The young lady up to 3rd.
Emma Scarborough is a lap and a half away from a podium. It's a Speed Concepts 1-2 at the moment. And Emma Scarborough has just passed former European junior karting contender, factory Sony and Tony Kart driver Harley Keeble. Keeble comes back at Scarborough and Ramos trying to follow through as well. Scarborough holds on to 4th, but it's Garrison. Davie, Florida's Austin Garrison will lead Newport Beach, California's Frankie Mossman on to the final lap. Keeble, Scarborough and Ramos will dispute the final podium position.
One more lap around here. Frankie Mossman giving it everything he's got right now. It is almost a bit of a deja vu for Frankie, staring down another podium finish on a day where he had the pace to win and he led some laps. Granted, it'd be a better result than crashing and hanging on to a top 10 like he did last Sunday. Keeble still 3rd right now over Scarborough, Ramos and Bauer, but down the backstretch, Mossman, he's not going to be close enough. Austin Garrison, last year in his most active schedule to date as Bauer goes by Ramos, had picked up 2 Pro National wins. This year, just at the end of January and into February, out of turn 13, Austin Garrison adds another tick to the win column. It's a Speed Concepts 1-2 in Orlando, and you can see the celebrations from the 2 drivers out front.
The last time Austin Garrison represented Team USA was 2014 in Valencia when he was a junior. A decade away. Could he be about to return? Mossman 2nd, Keeble 3rd. Drive of the weekend for me, Emma Scarborough in 4th position, beating Nolan Bauer, round 1 winner. Diego Ramos has to make do with 6. Aiden and Grant have faded to the 7th. We hardly mentioned the fact, well, Ryan Baxter 8th, we hardly mentioned the fact that defending and reigning champion Eduardo Barrichello was only 9th, with Savalio, Pinot, the returning Cameron Weinberg. Welcome back, Cameron. Camilo Trapper, Aiden Fox, and Frederic Lemieux round out a fantastic top 50.
And how about that there again for Austin Garrison? One other point as we go to the rest of the field that I think would be fun to add is seeing him. He was so downbeat with his pace going into weekend number 1, qualifying 20th. Said, dude, I don't even know if I want to be here right now. This is a struggle. And what a turnaround. Kept his head down, kept working at it, pulled off a top 5 at the opening round, and he leads a SCR 1-2 with himself and Frankie Mossman, who may be a bit bummed out on the result today, but it's still a massive points haul. And with Ramos falling back to 6th on that final lap, all of a sudden on a 1.5 points day, it tightens the championship up massively. For the drivers that had rougher runs, of course, ZCD was up into the top 15 before fading backwards there. He ends up down in 27th. The same unfortunate fate met Stephen Miller with 5 laps to go as he fell all the way to the 30th spot with a DNF at the end of that main event. Unfortunate for Lucas Nanji, Wesley Gundler, of course, Fifo Barrichello, Charles Olivier Dion, Arnaud Sabor, and John Wade, and then Ryan Norberg. The issues that plagued him here, he couldn't get anywhere higher than 18th, and a lap time that really was still a little bit off the pace for the RPG Cosmic Driver standard. So we'll wait and see what tomorrow brings us. For now, the Speed Concepts boys end out with the main event win on top, and a Harley Keeble podium is a bit of a kind of bittersweet ending to a day that maybe could have been a little bit more, Henry.
Yes, indeed. But we saw on the viewing gantry before the start of that race, the Speed Concepts team, they had their red cups out. And I am absolutely convinced those red cups will be refilled time and time again in the next couple of hours or so as they celebrate a fantastic 1-2 result. From the last chance queue, Mr. Boutillier, William Boutillier, top 20 finish, I noted. And Macy Williams down in 16th position. There's Mike Rollison there watching. Wasn't to be today, but there's some new kids on the block in seniors, and Speed Concept Racing and Nash Motorsports amongst those who will be cheering the loudest.
We'll be ready for it tomorrow. We return 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time for warm-ups for the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Winter Trophy. For Henry Beaudet, myself, Xander Clemens here in our KC team, and the RTX Grid 14 USA officials here from Orlando Kart Center. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow.